It's that. Okay, what do we got here? Let's check. Need that muted. What up now, Galahad? How you doing, big dog? Welcome in, welcome in. What's up? I'm gonna run some ads in 2 seconds here, just so that we can get them out of the way for the first hour before I get everybody in with the Discord notifications. So let me switch over. Goddamn. I'm running them now, so I'll see you in 3 minutes. See ya, BRB. Unless you're in a region with no ads, then I guess you're safe. Nice. We try. I gotta find reference for this hand. I still haven't done that. I should have prepared. I think what I'll do instead, I'm just gonna erase out these hands. Just 'cause I don't really need them. I'm probably gonna work on this chick here. Let's see. She's on this layer, okay. And then this top layer here. Where's her face at? That's sort of what I want to know, is what layer is her face on? Let's select her face layer. Is it really? No, it's not on this one. Whoa, down there, huh? Okay. I'm going to the Science Center today, then that's my day. Hell yeah, dude. That's sick. When you going? I'm just sketching today. I gotta go do some Christmas shopping after. And then beyond that, I'm chilling, you know? I really like your style when drawing faces. Oh, thanks now, Galahad. I appreciate that. I think, I don't really, like, I think faces are just the thing I've drawn the most. So they're my strength, really. My goal, really, over time is to sort of develop into, like, other areas. Just because I feel like I kind of have my faces down. The one thing I will say is I'm not very experienced in the domain of expressions. So while I can do sort of nice neutral posed faces, I'm not really good at doing expressive faces, and that's like a little bit of a weakness that I need to work on. And like I said, I don't know if I mentioned, but I've been picking up like drawing with pen on a daily basis now, and so I'm trying to move away, or to sort of force myself to take on a little bit more stuff out of my comfort zone. And the nice thing with pen is that you can't hide your mistakes. It's just so blatant whenever you don't know something, because you're like, damn, I can't bang it out. It's not exactly an anime style, right? It's very stylized. It's definitely inspired by anime, but I like the more like semi-realistic look to a lot of designs, you know? So I try and do things a little bit more realistic-y. His expressions are great. He has life in them. Your expressions are great. They have life in them. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. This girl, I think I could push her expression more, which is sort of what I want to do right now. She's definitely going to be pissed off. It's just a question of how much. I'm going to merge these two layers, I think. Merge with layer below. I'm going to duplicate the layer. And then I'm going to undo all that. I'm going to duplicate the layer. We're going to lock these two just so I have a base here. And I think I should move all the girl stuff into a different folder, just so it doesn't get muddied in with the other dude. So let me shift that, and that into here. I like the boob work Snack does. Jokes aside, I love all the work. Boob work. Actually, funny enough, don't do a lot of boob stuff. I had a phase, but oh shit, I gotta drop the Discord notification. I totally forgot about that. Let me drop the Discord notif, get more people in here, and then we'll get to it. Let me do that. Give me a second here. You guys got me yapping, dude. If you get me yapping, you ever had a teacher in like college, where if you could just like get him talking, or even like high school or whatever, if you could just get him talking about shit he's interested in, he'll just talk forever and then not teach his class. That's me, dude. You guys can fucking topic bait me into saying a whole bunch of nonsense unrelated to what I wanted to talk about. What's up, baby boy? What up, Jadu? I seen you over in Kasem stream. How's he doing? Snacks at college, professor? That's right. Class is in session. I was drawing that famous box rotating exercise, now with the Asaro head inside, and what I've evolved into drawing heads and faces. And what I've evolved into drawing heads and faces is absurd. You mean like how you've evolved, how your skills improved? Yeah, it's big time. It helps big time. Part of me wonders, I kind of want to get... I wonder if there's an extension for Clip Studio Paint that allows me to remove the Control-Z functionality. I want to start really committing more to the things I put down, or at least being forced to erase them, rather than using Control-Z. Good, he's just talking about different types of shots? Yeah, I saw that. I also had a bunch of pizza last night. I feel really bloated and swollen. It's like, my fingers are like swollen. It's like annoying. Too much salt, I think. It's also very warm in my apartment. You probably could just delete the shortcut from the settings. That's true, actually. That's not a bad idea. I think I'm gonna... Oh, fuck. Do I want to do that? That's such a big, like, process of mine, you know? It's such a big move. It's like trying to quit smoking. Okay, fuck it. We're gonna try it for today. I'm gonna get rid of the Control-Z shortcut. You guys can't see it right now, but I'm fiddling through the settings, so if it just looks like I'm not looking at anything... I wonder what it's called. Is it undo? I feel like I'm looking at like animation shortcuts right now. Tools. There's no way to like search. Options. Menu commands, pop-up palettes. It's probably in tools. It's probably in... Is it correct? Where is it? Eraser? No. Okay, I gotta Google it. I don't know where the Control-Z button is in fucking Clip. Where is the Control-Z shortcut in Clip Studio Paint? It's undo / redo. Edit, undo. Okay, Control-Z is the standard one found under Edit menu, undo. Shortcut settings. Undo, redo icons in the command bar. I don't think it's a shortcut, dude. I think it's like built into the software. Because I can't find it. Menu commands. I'm still looking. Yeah, I don't know, dude. I don't think I can... Oh, edit? Undo. Oh, yeah, there it is. Delete shortcut. Redo. Delete shortcut. Oh, boy. Alright, I can't Control-Z anymore. Let me see. Let me try this out. I'm going to put a line down. I can still color pick, which is nice. I'm going to put a line down here. There you go. I'm hitting Control-Z, guys. Nothing's happening. Crazy. That's really annoying, though. But, okay. I can still erase. I need to be able to erase, but I'll be more committal to it now, I think. I wonder if this is going to be good for my shoulder, too, so I don't have it extended on the Control-Z button all the time. I'm so tired right now. My mom made me clean out the freezer while simultaneously refusing to refusing to throw anything out, so I'm not sure what I was even doing. Damn. Just, you basically spent like the morning talking to your mom about the shit that she wants to keep. And it happens to be all of it. Who I'm jerking it? Bro, I'm cranking my shit live right now. I got rid of the Control Z button, so I could crank my shit even harder now. I'm free on one hand. Okay, let me... Whoa, that's really light. Oh, fuck. I tried to undo that. No! Shit. I erased too much. Okay, well, this is my life now. Let me commit. Oops, that's not the brush pen. This is gonna be really painful, guys. You know what? I'm gonna change the stream title. This merits a new stream title. Let's see. Thanks for the 30 streams straight, dude. That's fucking crazy. I will one day go outside. Today's not that day. I cannot stream on an off day because it's gonna fuck your shit up, and I don't want to do that. Okay, let's no Control Z / undo allowed today. I'm gonna change the YouTube stream title, if I can even do that. I don't know if I can change the YouTube stream title while I'm live. Not that everybody watches on YouTube, but... Alright, let's edit the stream title here if I can do that. I don't think I can. I think once I'm live, it's kind of set in stone. Whatever. This is gonna be very weird, guys. Who up jerking they shit? I read that. Hey, NFT. What up, NFT? How you doing? Drawing while beating my shit speed run. You don't have shit. You're a lady. You don't have shit to beat, dude. You could flick your little bean or whatever. Or like diddle, diddle, that's not a good word for this. But you could finger your hole, I guess. But you don't really have much else to work with there. There's no... Like, why can't I erase that? What is this? Also, what's my brush? It's the Jiwa pen on the Clip Studio Paint like page or whatever. I'll send you the link. Where the fuck is it? I sent it to someone recently. Oh my god. It depends what pen you want. If you want like the one that I normally draw stuff with, like if you want the pen that is like very... If you want the pen that's like very sort of like brushy, like the pen I use for this stuff, like these lines here, that's a paid brush. So that's Kasem Soft Sketcher. So you'd have to buy it off of his Gumroad. I can't give you that one. But the one I'm using right now, and the one I use for this guy, if I could fucking select it, goddammit. No. Stop doing this. Bring me to the girl. The fuck? Okay, bring me to this. The one I'm using for this is the Jiwa pen. And it's just an ink pen. And it's very annoying. I keep forgetting I can't control Z. I gotta keep that in mind. Looks very crispy. Yeah, it's basically just an ink brush pen. There's no opacity built in. I'm just gonna take my hand off my keyboard. I don't need it for anything other than panning. Ladies can jork it too. I'm pro-woman. How inclusive of you, dude. Yo, how goes? What up, Mythically Malaki? How you doing? Today we're streaming with no Control Z, and it's already incredibly painful and it hurts my brain. And it's because I've been learning to draw with pen in my personal sketchbook as I do hand studies, and so I'm trying to really commit here and think of every single thing I'm doing. I can't just do shit willy-nilly because there's no redos. My condolences, and I don't care the paintbrush or whatever you called it, and the lines of my art are having mad beef. The paintbrush or whatever you called it, and lines in my art are having mad beef. Well, you gotta keep them on separate layers, dude. You can't be mixing that shit. At least not until the end. You know what? This is sort of making it so that I commit to like mistakes here because I wanted to undo that. I went to actually hit the Control Z button. I don't like how this sort of clips out on that one little pixel. But it's really dumb. I shouldn't really worry about shit like that. Little imperfections are kind of appealing actually. So I'm just gonna keep hard committing here and just see what we can do. Okay. This is incredibly painful. My brain doesn't like this at all. I will say it's very, very uncomfortable, guys. Nobody's gonna see that one pixel anyway. Let it live. You don't know how neurotic I am about mistakes, though. And I honestly think that's a flaw of mine. See, I shouldn't have done that. I can erase still. That's good. Do something like that to start. Now this eye, I think, should be way closer. I think this eye's, like, way too far out. Luckily, I can lasso tool. That's not part of the rules. Smudgy Lefty, the snack is not in view. Oh yeah, you're right. Shit. I don't even notice that. Why is he not there? Oh, he crashed. Okay. That's probably why my shit was lagging earlier, dude. Thank you for reminding me. How is you, man? I'm stressing. This is the first time on stream that I'm drawing without Control Z. I told you 3 times. Oh, hey, you said I can't see you. I didn't know what that meant. And then you said, "Where's your avatar, dude?" Oh, I ignored that one. I didn't notice that one actually. Sorry, NFT. My brain just locks it when the ladies start chatting NFT. My little fucking primal man monkey brain just locks in. I'm a woman listener, dude. I love listening to women. I'm the opposite of most sexist men, okay? I don't hear what men say, but women, I listen. I just can't help it. It's just in my nature. How come no Control Z? I've been drawing with pen a lot more lately, and as a consequence of drawing with pen, I've realized how beneficial it is for me to notice my mistakes. And like, when you do something in a pen and you fuck up, it is incredibly obvious, okay? And it's like, it's frustrating. And so I think drawing with no Control Z is as close as I can get to it on Clip. I don't want to, like, fully go pen mode, because really I'm saving that for now. I'm mostly saving that for my practice. Because I really want to get good with just drawing with pen before I start doing, like, live work with pen. Just because I still want to be able to produce nice stuff on stream, you know? But right now, we're going to go no Control Z and see how that goes. Hashtag ally. That's right. Hashtag feminist. He's so brave for being a streamer and a woman listener. I know. I'm one of the good ones. Remember that, ladies. When the matriarchy takes over, I'm one of the good ones. Weird, my mom was banging your mom. Dude, my mom died like 2 years ago. I'm just gonna let you sit with that one. Snack, you're more of a femboy than a feminist? Is that true? I'm definitely not a feminist. Not you, I'm sorry. I'm just kidding, by the way. My mom's not dead, you bitch. You fell for it. Ha ha, you lose. I win. Anyways, back to drawing with this pen. All right. That's the. By the way, that is the ultimate comeback. If you ever want to own someone who pulls a your mom joke on you, just tell them your mom died. You will win every time. They will be hit with an instant wave of guilt, and and then say nothing. Notice how I left like just like a silence there. I just want them to stew in it. That's the trick. All right. If you wanna be like emotionally manipulative, that's how you do it. I'm actually seeing my mom tomorrow, so alive. Dude, I zoned out to read something and just like attention snapped back when you said that, like, huh? Yeah, NFT said our mom's banged. I don't know why I would say that. And I told him my mom was dead. That's the lore, but got him with the dead mom gag. Yeah. And also, a pro tip, NFT, if you're gonna do a your mom joke, hard commit. If someone tells you their mom's dead, you commit, dude. You commit. You know what you say, NFT? You say, well, when I was banging her last night, she was pretty lively. So that's the alternate path. If you really want to go like true like lawful evil, where you commit, that's the reply. That's the retort. But when they go low, you go lower. Exactly. I'm not saying I've said that to a couple cheaters before when they try to fucking Uno reverse my ass. Because the thing is, look, even if your mom's dead, okay, unless your mom died like this week, if your mom died like fucking 2, 3, 4 years ago or whatever, I feel like, you know, if you say that in a response, you're trying to make that person feel uncomfortable. It's not like I feel like your mom jokes are very like, they're known to just be like a thing that like people don't mean. So I feel like when you clap back and you're like, dude, my mom is like dead. It's like you're kind of like the dick in that scenario. I don't know. Maybe you're not. Maybe you're not. Maybe if it's like something that's really like personal to you and it's an issue, maybe not. Maybe I'm an asshole. But I feel like the appropriate retort is just to double down. Absolute villain, I know. I added my classmates' moms on Facebook when they did something I didn't like a few times just for funsies. Damn, bro, that would fucking get me sweating as a teenager if people started doing that. My mom didn't have Facebook though, but go big or go home. That's what I'm saying, dude. Don't let people own you. You own them first. Fuck. This is really, really difficult. Okay, I want this eye. I need a lot of negative space on this side. See, I gotta think now before I put lines down. There's a lot of negative space on this side of the sclera, which means my instinct was to put the iris here. That wouldn't work. So I gotta put it here. So that the eye direction is the same. Except now the eye shape is not the same. And she's kind of got like the fucking it thing going on where her eyes are a little cross-eyed. Or look in two different directions. Okay, maybe I gotta center this a little more. I can erase, okay? So it's not all hard mode, but I'm trying to reduce how much I erase. There you go. That works. Do you not have an eraser on your pen? I mean, I'm on my real life pen, though. On this pen, yes. Okay. Now, I actually really like the value of the shadow lines here. Let me color pick that, and then just throw in some shading in here. And I'm not gonna be too intentional with this. I'm just gonna kind of do whatever. And then I think there was some in the eye as well, or the iris, I should say. Something like that should be enough. Okay, let me go back to my color there. Okay. Also, NFT, you're a fake fan for not knowing Snack's mom is alive and well. That's true. I feel like I've mentioned my mom several times on stream. I don't know why I ever modded this guy on Discord, dude. We should start a poll and just see if NFT should be unmodded. I'm just kidding. Don't do that. But it is a running gag in the mod chat that we should, every single time something happens, like one of the mods is like, okay, so are we unmodding NFT or what? I fucking panicked. I'm not gonna unmod you, dude. And I can't mod you on Twitch. He, by the way, he won't let me mod him on Twitch because he doesn't want to lose his VIP badge that is completely worthless. Because I gave it to him before we even had the point system, before I was an affiliate. And then now it's pay to win for VIP. The only way you get VIP is by spending 100,000 channel points. But if you're a mod, you can't get VIP. They don't both coexist. What I find crazy is that you're still doing everything in single strokes instead of using sketchy lines. Yeah, but I'm moving a lot slower. I'm thinking more. Is it just my imagination, or did you say you worked as an animator before? Are you a pro? I mean, I did work as a professional animator for about 3 years, and I did go to animation school, and I do know quite a few animators. I do not work in animation anymore, but yes, I do have a background in animation. I should clarify though, it's not hand-drawn animation. I worked in rigged animation, like TV animation, for like Western cartoons. And no, I will not tell you guys what I worked on, but that is my lore, I guess. Yo, what up? What up, Dragor? How you doing, big dog? Excuses. I like my diamond. Your meaningless little diamond. You got your fake diamond, dude. That's so cool. Thanks, dude. I mean, the animation industry has its pros and cons. The big cons are you work a lot and you get paid very little, and it's not very stable, but the pros are you get to work on cool stuff, you know, you get to participate in, like, fancy awards and all that stuff when your show does well and all that stuff, but could you imagine if that was the application process for being a mod, just random trivia about Snack's life when he actively tries and keeps everything about his life a secret? Yeah. I think the mod stuff, first of all, I don't need a lot of moderation on this channel. There's not a lot of moderation needed on the Cat Snack channel. I just don't get a lot of shitheads, and usually when I do, I can handle them myself. It's not that crazy. If I had like 500 viewers, maybe it'd be different. Honestly, if I was streaming at that scale, I would probably just avoid controversial topics altogether, just because I don't think it'd be unmanageable to control like the opinions of like 500 people chatting at once. I mean, obviously there's a lot of those would be lurkers, but you get what I'm saying. I also know a lot of animators. Yeah, because I introduce you to them. Also, you know like one. It means something to me. Tragic. NFT, would you give up your VIP badge for incredible animation skill? If you could become the next Yutaka Nakamura, would you give up your VIP badge? Careful what you say, I'm listening. Okay, this is the lady. So I gotta think, how would her skull and brow be positioned? Her brow would be like this. And then her cheek would sort of a little bit of like that. Okay. And then I don't want to give her too pointy a chin. I'm gonna round it out a little bit. And then we're gonna back up this way. I might have a little too wobbly there. Don't like that. We're gonna do something like that. There you go. I don't need to lose my VIP badge for something that's guaranteed. Wow, this guy can't engage with hypotheticals at all, dude. Low IQ. My brother also works as an animator, but the drawing one, but he doesn't get paid a lot because he's in Asia. I think they pay him like $2 per page. Yeah, that's another reason why I don't really want to work in hand-drawn animation. They, like, if you think it's bad in the Western industry, in Asian countries, Japan being like the big one, Korea being another one, I don't know about like Southeast Asian countries, but I know the big players were like a lot of hand-drawn stuff in the West was outsourced usually to like Korea, just because they worked way cheaper. You did have like quality issues, and also it's harder to do like things like lip sync if you don't share the same language, right? And acting beats and stuff like that. But you could just pay them so much less, and it's like it really is fucked up. Funny thing is, it's for famous cartoons. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, look, when I worked in animation, I was making like 50 grand a year, which is a lot for an animator in like an Asian country. Okay, I was on a salary, which is not common. It is common in the West, but it's not common in the East. And in Japan, they make like fucking nothing because they're paid based on output. So like, let's say you're in Japan, or I don't know where you're from, Smudgy Lefty, but I'm gonna assume it's like Korea or like one of those countries. Maybe it's a southeast east country or whatever. But because they outsource to a lot of those. Philippines. Oh, really? That's interesting. I didn't know there was a lot of animation industries in the Philippines. That's cool. Cool to know. But essentially, when you outsource these countries, the animators who work on your shots, they get paid like basically based like Smudgy Lefty said, they get paid based on the page. $2, honestly, I feel like, I don't know if that's high or not actually, but the average income for I think a Japanese animator is something like 500 to 1,000 USD a month, guys, and that's with like more than full-time hours. You're looking at like 50, 60 hours a week minimum for the most part. It is not a glamorous life. It's not something I would wish on my worst enemy. I don't know why the fuck people... I mean, I do know why the fuck people do it, but I wish they didn't, but I get it. It's sort of a double-edged sword where these industries take advantage of the fact that people are really passionate about working on these projects, and so they're willing to take bullshit working conditions just to basically be associated to some big-name thing, right? And that's sort of what the industry does, and because the majority of people in the industry are fine with doing that, you end up with predatory behaviors by these companies that just sort of don't pay you what you deserve for a really high-skilled job. Like, the reality is, being an animator is not a thing that you could just do off the street. Even if you go to school for it, you're not guaranteed to have, like, the skill to be employable, you know? It really is, like, a very niche thing. To be honest, a lot of things are outsourced in the Philippines. I used to work at a call center. I get paid $2 an hour, and I work 6 days and 9 hours. That's fucking wild, dude. But yeah, no, I believe it. You know what's funny? I've noticed there's a lot of VTubers that are from the Philippines, and I wonder if it's because, like, are there just, like, stronger monetary incentives? Like, I assume if you're paid in USD and a lot of your client base is abroad, like in the West or, you know, Europe or whatever, which a lot of Twitch viewers are, that probably converts to a lot more money in the Philippines, I would imagine. I thought about it a lot where I'm like, should I just, like, move to, like, a country where the cost of living is a lot cheaper and just fucking... just min-max my dollar value and just work internationally? Not sure. I'm here in the US now. Ah, I see. Well, then you're suffering like the rest of us. I'm still unsure what I want to do in the art world, but I've been dreaming for a while of working as a concept artist and illustrator. Being an animator is complicated, it seems. I would say being a concept artist is more complicated, because usually for each pipeline or each industry, like let's say you're an animation studio. Let's say you're Disney. Well, Disney's not a good example. Let's say you're like an average animation studio of 100 employees, okay? You got 100 employees. Some of those employees are going to work on backgrounds. This is how we structure it in the West. In like Eastern countries, sometimes they do their own backgrounds. Like the animators do the backgrounds. But here we divide it, okay? So you'd have a portion, probably like 20 to 30, working in backgrounds. Then you have probably around 40-ish working in animation. And then, you know, you'll probably have another, like, I don't know, 20-ish working in rigs, like building the rigs and assets and all that stuff, and props and rigs and props. Because a lot of the shows here are rigs and props. And then you'll have post-production. Let's say, I don't know, maybe like 10-ish guys. What are we at now? 20, 40, 60, 80. Yeah, 10 guys. Production. Probably less. If you have that many, if you only have 100 people, you probably have like 5 production guys. 5 production guys. And production, basically, their job is to make sure you're on time, you're working within what the client wants. They're basically like the corpos of the animation industry. They're the bridge between like the corporate people who will hire out, and then there's like post-production. So think of like compositors, people who add like glows and special effects and the finishing touches to a show. Compositors. And there's probably like 10 of them in a studio this size. Maybe. I'm kind of guessing these numbers, so whoa. And then within that pipeline, I would say there's probably 2 concept artists. For character design, okay? Concept artists. And concept artists will do... Or I guess I'll call them character design artists, because concept artists aren't really a thing in animation. I mean, they are, but we'll just say character design. Character designer. And so because these jobs are so sought after and so niche, they are hyper competitive. You have to be like one of the best to get a character design job. So if that's your goal, you got to be at it like every day. Like this is your life, you know? So that's just something to be aware of. If your goal is to be a concept artist or like a character designer, they're the cream of the crop for the most part. Animators are the blood of the industry, right? Like you can't do shit without animators, and there are a lot of animators who have the skill to also be... Oh fuck, I'm trying to control Z this. I can't. Fuck, I gotta remember that, because now I gotta erase over my character. But yeah, so just something to keep in mind. Anyways, now I gotta fucking erase all this shit. I gotta stop with my diagrams, or put them in a spot where I don't have to erase out a whole bunch of shit. I want to say that there are special animators like VFX and impact frames and shit, but that's just animation, so they would be grouped in there. Actually, VFX, well, we didn't call it VFX, we just called it FX. And they basically, what they would do was they were part of, they were kind of part of the animation team, but they were kind of their own thing. So once an animation scene is done, like let's say you do an animation scene and your character rips a big fart, okay? They rip a big fart. And because of that, you need somebody to animate this fart coming out of their ass. Okay? Which, you know, you guys laugh, but this is literally shots that I know have been done at the studio I work at, okay? Let's say somebody rips a big fart, and you need to animate the fart. That fart animation is gonna get sent to the effects team after the animator's done doing the whole animation. So you would do your whole animation without any fart in it, and then you would basically just like send it to the effects team, and they would add the fart to it afterwards. That's sort of how it worked. By the way, if I draw a female character in bikini-style underwear, will Twitch get mad? No, you won't get banned, but you will probably get put into a mature category, and then like your little thumbnail on Twitch is gonna have a censor, like it's gonna be all censored. So it's just gonna have like an eye. So people, when they discover your channel, are not really gonna be able to see your channel, just because it's gonna be censored on Twitch. Maybe. Sometimes it gets auto-caught like that, and sometimes it doesn't, but... Got it. I'll think about it and take it even more seriously then. I mean, now, what I would say is if you want to do that, that's a very, like, it's a realistic goal to have. But I would say work your way into that position. Try to get into a studio doing other stuff, and then work into that position from your role, right? Those studios who hire character designers are much more likely to give somebody an opportunity as a character designer who they know can perform well within their studio already, right? So, like, try and get in, and then try and... look, if you can get straight into a character design position, hell yeah. But what I've seen mostly is a lot of people getting into these positions through the work they do in other positions. I thought of that too, but I think they give lower too. I want to ask a friend, but I don't want to be too nosy. What are you talking about? What you talking about, Smudgy? By the way, if I were to drop... make sure if you use OBS, put the labels accordingly. Oh, if they pay in VTuber, in dollars, VTuber, I would say yes, Smudgy Lefty. I know lots of people who work, like, and even, like, for me, if I pay, like, Boba, who did my PNG tuber, he doesn't live in the US, but I pay him in USD, right? Or euros, I guess, it depends. We sort of work it out ourselves. But you can also, you can do, like, If I pay an editor in the US, and he takes USD. So everything I do, for the most part, I pay in USD. And it wouldn't be any different for me if I were paying somebody who worked in the Philippines, India, whatever. I would still probably pay them in USD. That's just it's just the most universal thing, you know? So if that's your question as to whether people take USD in other countries, the answer is probably yes. I would say that with like 90% confidence. Probably 95% confidence. Yeah, that's another thing. If you're in a sanctioned country, then you can't pay with USD. If you're in a country like Russia, or, you know, a country where your government is geopolitically misaligned to our government, then you're not going to be able to be paid in USD because there are sanctions that prevent you from paying somebody in those countries. Her jaw's too big. I'm gonna make it smaller. Maybe I'll make it longer later, actually. I really don't know. My country doesn't use USD nor euros, and when I get a commission, I always get paid in one of those currencies. Yeah. I got sent a warning before because I didn't put the labels. Just add 18 plus on the title just to be sure. I add it in my bio. I don't add it in the title. I don't really draw porn or like big titty anime babe. Smudgy, I know you dabble in the fat tittied anime ladies. I respect it. I don't do that, so I don't feel the need to sort of put in my title. I think my 18 plus thing comes from the way I talk. And I think that's why I put 18 plus. It just makes me feel more comfortable to say I'm 18 plus. But if you plan on drawing porny stuff, you should probably include 18 plus somewhere, maybe in your title, if you don't want to get flagged. You should paint some oiled up feet asking for a friend. Yeah, Venom, I know you love to crank your shit to feet, dude. I'm not a feet guy. I've talked to you guys about this. I'm just not a feet guy. Show of hands. Can I get a 1 in chat if you're a feet person, and a 0 in chat if you're not a feet person? I assume the majority are not. Yeah, I draw a lot of tatas. Oh, I know. Don't I know it? 1, 0. Thank you, Sextra. Thank you for your honesty. And Venom, thank you for your service. Somebody has to like feet out there. Can't be me though. I like hands more than feet. That's a pretty standard one, I think, you know? I've heard that one quite a bit. I still think the eyes are too far apart on this. And now I think this far eye is a little too small. Fuck. Kadulakan, thank you for the follow. Welcome in, Kadu. How you doing, Doug? Now this iris is too wide because I stretched it out. I was lurking. You're very talented. Thank you. I do what I can, you know? You know it. Today's a bit of an interesting stream, Kadula can, because I'm not using Control Z. We're allowed to erase, but we're not allowed to use Control Z. I'm trying to train myself off of Control Z, which is very challenging, or it's proven to be a little challenging so far. But I get it when it comes to really good feet art. Some artists can really make them look appealing. IRL feet, though, not for me. I don't get it. Even if you give me a freaking turbo anime babe, and you ever spread her little piggly wigglies in front of me, it's not gonna do it for me, you know. I'm never gonna be like, oh yeah. That's my shit. Be deliberate here. Fuck, I want a little... It's too straight. That's a cool challenge. I'm used to undoing everything since I type all day. I know, me too, dude. My day job is all Word documents and Excel spreadsheets, so I can relate, but... For me, who draws in the traditional style? Anyone who uses Control-Z is cheating. It's basically just like a fancier eraser, you know? Do you not erase? If you tell me you've never erased ever, then respect. But it's basically, it's like the same shit. I always thought those pictures were weird because feet can't spread their toes like that. I think some can. It really depends, like, on your genetics, I guess. I almost never erase. Damn, based. You should just switch to pen then. Okay, I need more interest. I need reference or something. I just find this face is so boring. I'm gonna zoom out. I'm gonna work from a larger view. Yeah, she's a little cross-eyed here, it feels like. I think this outer eye is too wide. Let me put the pivot point here, and then we're gonna smush it in like that. I'm still using a lot of digital tools. It does feel like a little dumb when I'm not using Control-Z, but... I use the lasso tool. Cheater, dude. Unethical. Cancel this guy. I draw on my Samsung tablet and I hate backspacing, so I have always learned to adapt. I practice in Nankin and study with graphite generally. Nankin. Is that a place? Okay, this is not working. Don't like it. We're restarting. I think tilting the head more is going to make it work better, but... Nankin is a Chinese ink. Oh, I see. I was thinking Nanking, like the historical place or whatever. The bad things happened. I also animate on paper. Take that, old man. What do you think I trained on, dude? I just learned traditionally. Still not really working. Okay, let me see here. If the head's tilted down, what does the eye do? See, I have to think. I can't just sort of fucking wing it. The eyelid is going to be curved. The top eyelid is going to be curved. The reason being is you're going to see more of the roundness of the eye. You're going to see less of the eye. That's not very curved. nose is gonna be pretty small. I don't know. This is so tricky. Nose is too wide. I have an S8. I've been using it for a few years and I love it. It's a little pricey, but worth it for me, definitely. I don't know what an S8 is. It's a tablet or something. I have a Cintiq 16. I think I said 13 yesterday when I was talking about my screen. It's actually a Cintiq 16. I was just having a brain fart. I don't know why I said that. How the fuck do I get this to look good, dude? Good morning, friends. What up, Dizzy? How you doing? I thought the dude in the song said fart like the VX team. What? I wasn't paying attention. I have no idea what song you're referencing. Fuck. Artist Mac, thank you for the follow. Welcome in, welcome in. If you want it to look good, use your mirror for a good reference. I'm not a lady. Oops. Her head's looking kind of small. A little too small, in my opinion. Better. God damn. Alright. You guys rocking hogs, dude. Very nice. I should probably do this on another layer. I'm trying to draw hair on her right now. I think right now what I'm trying to think about is the negative shapes of where the hair wouldn't be. Because I think that sort of sells the appeal of lady hair. Jelking? 2 days in a row we bring up jelking. Damn. Topic of the week. I should do a fucking Instagram reel on jelking. I'm just kidding. I would never do that. I still think her head's too small. I still think it could be bigger. I don't know why I'm lasso tooling not her face here. Let's try that. Okay, and then we'll do one big one here. I'm trying to split the bangs up into, like, small sections. Large, medium, and small. Making sure it wraps the shape of her forehead. Are you guys just having a, like, a gay fuck party in my chat right now, dude? I'm sorry, everyone. The monks taught me how to jelk. That's a really funny idea. The idea of, like, a monastery of people mastering the art of jelking. Okay, my muscle memory for wanting to control Z everything is dying down. You interested in joining, Snack? No, guys. Stop being gay with me. I don't want it. I mean, the monks knew how to make great beer. That is true. And the Amish and what the hell are they called? Mennonites also make great beef jerky. If you're ever in Canada and you find like a Mennonite community, they make awesome beef jerky. Allegedly. I've never bought it, but I've heard. I think she needs more to the back of her head here. She's just missing a little bit of skull. But I do like the direction of this. Snack feels bi-curious today? Lies. A Mormon kid at my high school made amazing beef jerky. There you go. That's what I'm saying, dude. The more like insulated and culty your like your religion is, the better your beef jerky, apparently. And just sort of like farmers market goods in general. They've min-maxed that shit, you know? Of the Teen Titans, who do you think is the most likely to get cucked? I don't know. I never watched Teen Titans. It was like, I feel like that was beyond my generation. Like my generation, it was just starting to blow up, but I don't think we watched it when we were kids. Maybe I'm wrong. Beast Boy getting all the ass. Have you seen the ladies in red now? Have you seen what the ladies read now? Oh. I have. It's fucked up. But I feel like they've always read that shit. I just feel like it wasn't as popular. Maybe it's like there's been a resurgence. Oh wow, I was trying to control Z there. Fuck. That's too much. Too much on this one. Let's make it smaller. I still want the shape to be a little bit better on the back of her head. She kind of has like the Griffith hair a little bit. Dope. I'm gonna make some dope art. Robin for sure. You think Robin's most likely to get cucked? I don't like this, like, this eye over here. It's like... Oh my god, dude. We're redoing the whole eye just because I'm really struggling. Better. By the way, this is probably going to be a very low talking stream. I'm trying to lock in today a little bit. So if you got shit to do or things to draw, today's the day. I've been very low energy lately. Not gonna lie, I watched Twilight when I was a little too young for it and was weirdly aroused. It only made sense years later when I found out it started as a fan fiction. Was it Edward that did it for you? I think it was just the general tension. I see. I watched it when I was like in my mid-teens, so I might have been like 14 or 15. I can't remember. And I think I saw the second one before I saw the first. Mostly because I went on a date with a chick, and that's what she wanted to watch, and I was like, you know what? I don't care. Not to be a nerd, but Twilight isn't fanfic. 50 Shades of Grey is the one the fanfic is that's the fanfic of Twilight. Is that true? I thought it was just corpo smut. Okay. Let's learn a little cleaner. I still think that the fucking head and cheekbone and shit just like looks weird to me. The author of Twilight is very Mormon? What? That's crazy. That's not something I would have expected at all. I really don't know anything about religious people. I assume they can't talk about any of this shit. Okay? But the idea of, like, them doing, like, a weird love story, that doesn't seem very Mormon. But I guess, you know, whatever. Hello, what up, Sid? How you doing? She very much is. Explain some of the closing choices in the books, if I remember correctly. Huh. Are they very modest? I don't even think I noticed. Mormons are polyamorous, so that checks out. Actually, I think they changed that policy within their, like, thing, because they were getting a lot of flack from, like, normies. That were like, that's fucking wild. I mean, polyamorous marriage in the West is, like, illegal. You can't do that, right? And so the Mormons doing it was, like, really weird socially, and so I think they have actually changed that. They've, like, modernized a little bit, and they don't do the poly stuff anymore. I mean, I'm sure there's some that do, but I think generally they're trying to move away from it right now. Add jump scare, good. Make sure you watch, dude. Give me my dollars. While you're watching ads, I'm gonna go piss. I love her hairstyle. Thanks. I'm thinking like Griffith. I'm trying to be a little bit more creative with my hair choices. BRB. Got myself a little carrot. Love me a little carrot. Oh yeah, damn, Dizzy. I didn't realize she was actually dressed like a fucking Mormon. It's crazy. Fuck. Vico. Thank you for the follow, big dog. I feel like you're confusing Mormons with the Amish. No, Mormons are polyamorous, unless you're talking to me and not Kadulikan. But they were like historically very poly. I don't know about the Amish, but Talking to me, I know what a Mormon is. They're like basically like a some sort of like Christian denomination sort of that lives in like they're kind of insular. They're not like fully insular. They're a lot more like modern. They use technology and shit, but they're the guys in the suits that go like door to door. They're similar, like maybe not similar to Jehovah's Witness, but they do missions and stuff like that. Mennonites are sort of closer to the Amish, and the Amish are just like on another level, but. American Christians are always the weirdest kind of Christian. I mean, I'm Christian, technically. I mean, I'm not like a particularly religious person, but I'm baptized Christian Catholic. It's very common in French communities here. Most of us are Catholic. I don't know why. I don't give a fuck who you're boning, so I don't know why the government would. I don't know if there's like a justification for the no poly thing. I mean, it's weird. It's not like, I don't know that it should be illegal, I guess. I think it's because like of the marriage. It's not I don't think it's illegal to be poly. I think it's illegal to be married to multiple people. That's the law. That's like the issue. Like you can be poly. That's not a crime. But I think legally in like, I mean, I'm sure in certain states it's probably fine if you're in like the states is weird because they're very different, but in Canada, it's certainly illegal. Only one way, I think, and I think, and they can't anymore, but I believe women weren't able to have partners, only men, multiple partners, only men. I think, well, I mean, every single instance I've seen has been dudes that are fucking boning multiple wives. I've never seen it the other way around, so maybe that's just the culture or whatever, but it could also just be like their rules. If it was legal here, would you guys be trying to get high scores for marriage numbers? No, dude. I don't even want to get married to one person. Those American megachurches are so interesting to me. Yeah, they are pretty wild. They're fucking, like, super high tech and shit. They do, like, show. It's crazy. It's probably very expensive to have multiple wives or husband. Yeah, I mean, it depends, right? If you live in like a commune, I don't really know how it works in like Amish communities. Because a lot of the Amish will like, the community will just like help you build your house and shit like that. So I feel like there's a lot of stuff that is like very closer to communism in those little communities, which is kind of cool in a way because it's like communism minus the mass death and you know, class warfare. But I do wonder how they endure in like modern society. Seems interesting. I'd be very curious. I wonder if they'd ever let me like live with them, you know? I've heard the Amish have recently started having to let people into their communities because they're having a hard time like with their population numbers, and because they're so insulated, there's a very high risk of inbreeding generationally, right? Because they're such small tight-knit communities, so they have to let people in to avoid like sort of the consequences of not having enough genetic diversity in their communities. So they've been letting like people outside of the community join, which is apparently like a recent thing. Kadulakan says most laws are based on the assumption that you're single or married to one person, like taxes. That's why I assume it's illegal. I know there are tax benefits, but I can't see it being like enough of a justification to bar polyamorous relationships. My assumption is that culturally in the West, most of the values come from like, at least in Canada, most of the values come from like Christian values, Christian Catholic values, right? Where that shit is just like frowned upon. And part of me feels like that's just sort of bled into like the government culture. Because I mean, maybe the tax argument's a good one. I don't know enough about the tax system to say whether it is or isn't. But that'd be my theory, is that there's just sort of like some subtle undertone of like Christian Catholic heritage that prevents it by law. Because you gotta remember how like intertwined the government and the churches were back in the day, right? And I feel like a lot of these things just haven't really... I mean, they've changed quite a bit, but they're not like... It's not like fully changed, you know? But I don't know. That's just a theory. A game theory. I don't know, I'd like to try a communal relationship one time to see what it's like, but I'd probably have very low commitment. Dude, I'm somebody who's very, I like being left alone. The idea of having like 3 girlfriends living with me or some shit just fucking sounds stressful, dude. No offense to ladies, even if I was a gay man, I would not want 3 dudes in my house, like, asking for my attention. It's too much. Having multiple partners seems like so much work, dude. Yeah. Incest babies galore. Yeah, that's sort of what they're trying to curb these days. Where was Usher at 7? I don't know. What are you talking about? By the way, guys, the fucking Epstein files, that shit was so mid. What the hell? Every single thing is just like a full black box. It's bullshit. He said the thing. Which one? I'm still eating my carrots. I'm gonna go back to drawing soon. Release the real Epstein file. That's what I'm saying. Hey, what I missed? What up, Neonioshi? How's it going? Guys, I want everybody on Twitch chat to say hello to Neonioshi, my returning, loyal YouTube chatter, dude. Neonioshi is valuable to me, guys. We have to make sure that they're treated with the utmost respect, because I can't lose any more YouTube chatters, because they're the only one. Okay, if I lose Neonioshi, I lose 100% of my YouTube community. Yo, that's right. How's it going, Neoni? How's your weekend going? Any big plans for the holidays? Hi, Neonioshi. Kimdo says hi. Dizzy's over there saying hi. Hi, loyal watcher on YouTube. Big W. Thank you. Sade. What up, Sade? I love carrots, bro. What's up, Twitch chatters? Damn. Look at this, dude. We're bridging the gap. I feel like I'm, you know, I'm undoing, like, the segregation era. I'm like a civil rights activist right now. We're bridging our communities. YouTube and Twitch coming together as one via me. That one Twitch chatter is gonna get you 4,000 watch hours. Oh yeah, that is a goal this year, and I don't know if I'm gonna hit it. But how's the art and carrots? The art is on pause while I eat this carrot, and then we'll bitch about the 4,000 hours thing in 2 seconds. Mm-mm-mm. I can't believe Snack wants you to stay over here away from everyone. They don't have to. Neoni Yoshi can come over here, but if she's fine chilling over on Twitch, I'm all for it, dude. Okay, last bite of this carrot, and then we're getting to work. Hey, Sextra, are those the Veils emotes? Dope, dude. I dig it. Shout out, we got the noob emotes. Hell yeah. I can't recognize the other ones. Okay. So there's this thing on Twitch, or on YouTube actually, where the only way to get monetized on YouTube is the most bullshit thing ever. You need, for AdSense, I should specify, because there's different monetization tiers, but if you want to be able to make money off ads, you need 1,000 subs, which is whatever. I think I can hit that in a year, that's fine. I'm not too worried about 1,000 subs. You need 1,000 subs, and then the alternative is you either need 4,000 watch hours, which is more realistic. Okay, 4,000 watch hours, which I think is doable, but it's not doable off my lives alone, just because I don't get enough traction on lives. And or the alternative, this is for long form video, for long form, or the alternative is 10 million shorts views. So it's basically this plus one of these, okay? And that's how you get monetized on YouTube. I don't know how the fuck I would ever get a 10 million shorts views. By the way, this is in 365 days. And the 10 million shorts views is in 90 days, bro. YouTube. What the fuck are you... I mean, you know what? Respect to YouTube for not prioritizing short form content. I respect it. I do feel like it's based to really value long form content. But goddamn, this is absurd. It's crazy. Right now, I put out like 5 videos. I have like 20k views. I'm not even like 1% of the way. Why can't you have ads with fewer viewers? I don't know. My guess is that maybe you know, they want to make sure that you hit a certain threshold before they commit to giving you ads. It's probably just because if you have too few viewers, the return that YouTube gets from putting ads on your channel is probably really low. That would be my guess. Is like if you're like a streamer with like 10 subscribers and, you know, one guy watches you regularly, the odds that that guy's going to convert into a product sale off of an ad on your video is just like really low, versus somebody who has like 10,000 subscribers and gets like thousands of views per video, right? Like I think that guy is most likely going to convert to sales a lot more, because that's at the end of the day, advertisers don't put their ads on videos for no reason. They're doing it to convert to product sales, right? So that would be my guess, is it's just they want you to hit a certain threshold before they're even willing to let you monetize. Because they do pay you, they don't pay you necessarily based off the ads that they put on your video and how many sales you get. The way it works, it's they just give you a flat rate based off of the amount of views you get, right? They then pay me based on the click-through rate. Views are a weird metric to use. It's a combination of things. So it's RPM, which I think is what is it? This is your rate per mil, okay? Which is basically how much you make per 1,000 views. And funny enough, the art category is like one of the worst categories for RPM, because different categories have different RPMs. So the art niche has one of the lowest amount of like payout for views. Okay, the highest would be something like the finance sector. So if you're like a Graham Stephan, or you're giving finance advice or real estate or whatever, these guys make a lot of RPM per 1,000 views, like crazy amounts. Okay, so artists again get kind of fucked on YouTube. I don't really know what the rates are, so I'm not gonna put any numbers here. But so RPM is one thing. And then from there, CPM, I can't remember what the fuck CPM is. I'm still learning all this YouTube shit, because I've only been doing it for a month, so Not the live stream part, but the sort of actually intentionally making content part. I don't know. Either way, all I know is I have to hit some bullshit number to be able to qualify, and it's annoying, and that's life. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? If they go low, we go lower. That's right. Pay me less, dude. Huh? What do you mean? I think I missed something. No, you didn't. Neoniyoshi, I think he's implying that I want you to stay on YouTube as my one YouTube chatter. But you can do whatever you want. If you want to come to Twitch, you're more than welcome to come to Twitch. I will include you either way, Neoniyoshi, because you're that special. If they go low, I get high. That's the solution. Just forget about your troubles. Then pay me on click-through rate. I think the issue with click-through rate is that click-through rate doesn't exactly like equate to a view. Like if I click on a video, I could stop watching it within like 5 seconds if I'm not interested. Whereas views are recorded based off of like an engaged view, which is different than just a regular view, which I think is actually what they pay on, is based on engaged viewers. The engaged viewer is what's paid out, not regular views. So an engaged viewer is somebody who's watched your content for X amount of time. I don't know what the number is, but I think that's how they differentiate. Because they want to make sure that you see the ad, you know? Anyways, all this to say, my ass gonna be broke for a while on YouTube and Twitch. Twitch is like, it makes like no money. But YouTube, I haven't hit the monetized threshold yet, so we're not thinking about that too much yet. What if I bring her arm back like this? Would that look weird? Yeah, it kind of looks a little weird. I tried to control Z that and then realized I can't. Oh, slip me. Oh, stomach it. But I mean, look, guys, if you guys want to help out, you're more than welcome to open my YouTube live in the background. You don't have to watch it. You just put it on in the background, mute the audio or whatever, and let her run. And I think that counts. It probably will help me gain traction too on YouTube, because then I'll get pushed to more people. But by click-through rate, I mean clicking on the ad. Oh, okay, that makes a lot more sense. Yeah. That's still not perfect because it ties your income to the quality of the ad, but it's better than no money at all for low-tier viewer channels. Yeah, I don't know. I feel, yeah, I don't really know. I don't know. That's just how YouTube does it. You're probably not wrong that would be a better way to do it. I wonder if that would lead to less or higher payouts. My guess is if they're doing it this way, it's because it in some way ensures that they make more money. But true, but I'm enjoying the stream like it's my own podcast session. It is. Dude, my keyboard has been squeaking whenever I hit my spacebar. I need to replace my key or something. I don't know. Or oil it up. Speaking of broke, I might need to upgrade my toolbox because space is starting to become an issue, but storage is so expensive. Damn, how big is your friggin' toolbox? Is Sask around? I don't know. I could DM her if you want her to be around. I don't know what she's doing though. She is online. She's online but not watching me. Kind of rude. Kind of rude. Kind of fucked up, dude. Am I safe from the German feminine wiles? Oh, you don't want her here. Okay, well, I said nothing then. She's probably gaming. Knowing her, she's hardcore gamer mode right now, probably. God forbid, no. Okay, don't worry. Don't worry, kitten. Don't worry, Damon. I'll keep you safe. It's crazy. But here's my number. You guys ever hear the DMX remix of this? I don't like that shape. I made her boob a little low there. I don't even think I need to give her boobs. She's wearing, like, loose fabric. You're not really going to see the breast too much. I will sort of, I guess, imply it with some wrinkles or whatever, just to show that there's form, but we're not gonna give her too much boob action, I think. Something like that. And I think, you know what, we could even narrow in her waist. We're making her a little more snatched. We're not going quite the one-piece build, but we're getting it a little tight in there. I'm always invisible on Discord for this exact reason. Yeah, me too, dude. That's why I don't want people knowing when I'm live and not, or online and not online, because then I can ignore messages freely, you know? I can be antisocial in peace. I don't have to have some asshole streamer announcing my online status to his entire chat. To be fair, you get acapella snack over here? No, there should be music, Dizzy, on YouTube. There should be music. I've made it so there's music now. It's just not the most entertaining music in the world. It's just like Guild Wars 2 sort of OST. Because I like Guild Wars. I played a lot of Guild Wars back in the day. And I want something generic and, you know, boring that people could listen to. Alright. That's you, baby. Here's my number. Call me, maybe. That's you. Well, I fucked that up. I gotta erase the top of her head now because I don't have Control Z, so. I sure really thought that one through. Call me, maybe. If fabric is loose, boobage décolletage needs to be all slutty and revealing. No. She's dry, dude. This isn't a wet t-shirt contest. Also, I can't get Twitch because my storage is at the brink of exploding, but I'll gladly be your loyal YouTube chatter. I wouldn't have you any other way, Neoni. I think you should just be you. It's more than enough for me, so don't worry. Don't listen to chat. I don't listen to them, and look how I turned out. Where's Control Z gone? I unbinded it, so I don't have access to Control Z anymore. I think because I have this sort of dynamic shape here, I am going to counter it with a straight, or like a basic curve. Oh, fuck. I keep forgetting I don't have Control Z to undo these little demos. Anyways, I'm just going to have a simplified form here. I'm not going to go overly complicated with it. Maybe even less. Promiscuous girl. I feel like a big ass belt buckle is the way to go. I'm going too fast. I really gotta slow down, dude. I keep forgetting I'm not rocking the friggin' Control Z. Okay, I lied. The shape's not gonna be that simple. I think it just looks better this way. Snack, you ready for the self-docs later? What are you talking about? Self-docs, you're stressing me out. What are you talking about? I always want to ask, are you drawing your OCs on stream? I mean, I guess. It depends what you constitute as an OC. I have very strong opinions about what constitutes as an OC. If you're asking me if I'm using, like, if these are from an existing IP, they're not. They are fully imaginative. Now, I am using I'm not using any reference for her currently, and I haven't used any reference for her, but I did reference him. I referenced some coats and stuff that I found on Pinterest, for him in particular. Like this, I referenced this leg from an independent drawing. I referenced this sort of jacket. Ugh, fuck, I don't have, I gotta stop drawing over my shit, because I don't have Control Z. I did not reference the arm. The arm is just kind of me. The hair is partly referenced from something I found online. The face was partly referenced from something I found online. So I did mishmash a bunch of references for this guy. Just because I was struggling with it. This girl is all imagination, though. So it really just depends. Really depends. This girl, I only really referenced the pose for her. So the answer is yes and no. Because I think my opinion on OCs, guys, okay, and I want to hear you guys debate me on this one because I'm curious. OCs to me, OC equal persona, but not for, no, Damon, no. I think OCs to me deserve more. I feel like my gripe with artists online is that everybody calls their artwork OCs. If I draw this guy, right, and I draw a dude who looks like this or whatever, and he's got eyes or whatever, and he's got a face or whatever, and he's smiling, you know, somebody online will be like, that's your OC. It's not. It's a fucking doodle. It's a shit. It doesn't exist. Okay, it doesn't matter. It has no value. It's a fart on the page. It's a fart in the wind. Okay, is what I meant to say. It's a little splatter of doo-doo on my page. There's nothing of value. I feel like an OC deserves substance. An OC deserves a story, a background, a purpose, an existence. If I'm just drawing characters with no intention of ever using them for anything else, I hesitate to call them OCs. Okay, that's sort of my opinion. I feel bad for Doodle Guy now. Well, we can bring him back. See, he's happy. He's undisturbed. He's so happy. A drawing is not necessarily a character. That's true. But I feel like an OC is not necessarily... A character is not necessarily an OC either. That's sort of what I'm saying. I feel like there's a differentiation between the two. True. At least try to make them interesting, character design and story-wise. That's sort of what I do. I like to sort of make my characters feel like they could exist in a world. Like, this guy looks like he's like the ship, like, he runs a ship or something. I don't fucking know. Some sort of pirate. That's sort of the vibe I'm going for her. I actually do think I want to give her a hat. I'm going to do it on a new layer. I don't really know how to... See, I should probably use reference for a hat like this. Restyling this is not going to end up with a good result, but who knows? Maybe it will. Maybe it will. The only things I can really draw from imagination are things I've drawn from imagination a bazillion times, you know? That's sort of the trick to imagination drawing. It's just having done it a billion times. That looks a little silly. I don't know, dude. The hat has to feel like her head could fit in it, you know? Oops. I need to color pick my exact color here. Yeah, I agree with you, but I don't have the right word to articulate it. There's a character drawing, and then there's a character drawing with context and background. I think, like, world building, I guess. To me, if it's like, if they're a part of world building, or they're recurring also would qualify. Like, if I, like, my cat snack character, like, my little PNG, he's probably kind of an OC, you know? I would say he's probably an OC. He's recurring. It is weird to talk about myself in the third person like that, but He looks like he could be the man of my dreams. Maybe he could. For the low, low price of $25.99 a month. I'm just kidding. Don't really know how to draw like piratey looking hats, you know? If you see me zooming out maximally like that, I've had people ask me, why do you zoom out so much? 'Cause I'm trying to feel like if it works well as a whole piece, you know? OC stands for original creation, and in most contexts to denote it from being fan art. I thought it meant original character. That's sort of how I think most people use the term OC. I don't think it's like if I drew like a chair that I draw in every shot, I don't know if I would like let's say even if the chair's like recurring, I don't know if I would say that's an OC. You know? There you go. My OC. Chair-chan. It's Chair-chan, the OC. Beautiful, thank you. I don't know if I want to do this pose necessarily. I kind of wanted to do something sort of like contorted and twisted a little bit, but... Ah! I forget it. I keep forgetting I don't have Control Z, dude. I should draw this. I should draw more clothes elements on like the top layer here. Can you move up to Chair-chan for a sec? Sure, I can even flesh him out a little bit more. He's gonna be a leather chair. Solid Spider Snake, how you doing, big dog? I'm back up to the other side of the room to see if I did some edits correctly on my photos, namely to see if I corrected the angle correctly. Yeah, dude. It's just really valuable. I think more artists need to do that. Just back away from their work and take a look at it from a distance. Because that's how most people are going to see it. Like, if I post this drawing on the internet, people are going to see it, like, if I'm working on it at this distance, nobody's going to see it at this distance, okay? Everybody's going to see this piece as a whole piece, right? So I have to draw it with that in mind. Same with this guy. It's all great, fine and dandy that I can render, like, this close or whatever. And even, like, the sketchiness of the lines, that's not going to be noticeable at this distance. No one's going to know that these lines cross over and they look muddy or whatever. Call me Table Sand because me and Chair-chan are going to be the perfect set for an IKEA display. It's supposed to be a joke if you couldn't tell based on how horrible it was. Well, I didn't assume that you were an actual table, Neonyoshi. That would be interesting, though. My first, like, sentient inanimate object, just as my YouTube chatter. I wouldn't have any human viewers. It'd be all... It wouldn't be bots, it'd be... I don't know. Bark. because the type of wood you are. I don't know. I can't make a joke either, see? You're not alone, don't worry. Fine, thanks for asking. Hell yeah, dude. I choose to believe the chair backing is actually blush. I could give him eyes and like these could be eyes. I feel like he'd look smug, you know? There you go. Okay, I should look up pirate hats. I really should. I'm not doing it right now. Why am I not doing it? I'm still trying to freestyle it. This is not gonna work. I don't know how to draw pirate hats. Okay, give me a second. Let me look up some reference. I'm gonna do a Pinterest browse. Pirate hat, Pinterest. What do we got? Okay, this one. I'm gonna make a new folder and we're gonna call it reference. I'm trying to be a little bit better with my layer management. We'll call this refs. You know what's crazy? I went to a high school that had a girl that looked exactly like this. I'm not even joking. Okay, what else? This is kind of the aesthetic I'm going for a little bit. Not that particular version. Maybe this one. It's a little too cosplay. I would like to see like a higher quality version of this. You can kind of see all the wrinkles and stuff in here, like the wobbly lines. Just kind of shows that it's a little bit of a cheap costume. That's my impression anyways. Maybe I'm wrong, but... And then, let's see. Let's find some other references here. Just to give us a base. It seems like a common theme here is like... I mean, it's the same girl. But a lot of like frilly sort of shit on it. I don't know what that stuff's called. I'm just gonna call it frilly shit. That tongue is insane. Yeah, he don't play, dude. He's a little naughty boy. Frills? Yeah. Frills, frilly shit, same diff. Alright, let's find another reference that's not identical, okay? Let's get something unique. Stop showing me this chick. I think I've clicked on her stuff too much. What about... This girl loves pirate outfits, dude. There's fucking a million videos of this girl in pirate outfits. I'm gonna bring this one out, because I do like the fucking corset look, actually. I don't know why I didn't implement that. Let's see. This was kind of the aesthetic I was going for a little bit. Okay, well now it's covering my girl, but whatever. I do like the gloves. I like the gloves this girl has. Okay, we're gonna start with that. I think that's enough. I gotta move all this shit though. Let me... Why is this here? Did I copy this twice? Oh, I did. Delete. Okay. Frills. Now we get to it. I can't believe you'd hide Chair Chan like that. I gotta keep the important stuff on screen, you know? Chair-Chan gotta go, unfortunately. He didn't make the cut. Maybe in another life. Okay. One thing I'm noticing, going back to my hat layer, is my hats are a little different. So she's got sort of the elevated side here. We could elevate it even more, it looks like. And then it does flop down, which is, I think, what I was missing a little bit. And then this is, like, perfectly round. I think I need to just... Hers sort of looks like it really adheres to her head. So I need to make sure that mine, like, if her skull is, like, here, let's say, I would say mine is also going to... Fuck, I'm trying to control Z. Also adhere to her head. Something like that. That, I think, it kind of works. How dare you imply Chair-Chan isn't important? They're not, dude. I'm gonna say it's a boy. He's not. I'm giving him a gender. Okay, we got that. Did we do all the frilly shit on it? Oh, well, now I kind of have to, because I just fucking did it on this layer. Control Z has its place, I will say. You killing of Chair-Chan is like when Girls and Me got mad at the Pete Davidson was only in Suicide Squad 2 for 3 minutes. And then we got stuck watching Suicide Squad. I've never seen Suicide Squad, so that's definitely a you problem, Dizzy. How does it connect? It also kind of flops down, it looks like. And then it curves up and then flops down again on the outside. You get a strong little S curve there, you know? It's in the ice like a blizzard. Getting a drink, we do it right, getting slizzard. 26. Like a G6. I think I'm gonna liquefy this. The reason I want to is because if I have a strong axis line going through this pose, and I was about to draw it on this pose, I'll draw it outside the pose. Okay, but if I have a strong axis line coming through, I want it to flow into the feather here. And right now, it's not. And so I'm gonna I can either change the feather's position or I could just liquefy it so it feels a little bit more in line with the gesture. You know what? I'm just gonna redraw the feather. It'll just be easier. Okay, if I have this leg coming down, this feather... Oops, the feather's not gonna be red. Try looking up masquerade hats or phantom thief hats. Those tend to have good shapes to draw hats in general. I'm trying to go for a specific time period. Because I want these guys to look like they exist in the same universe together, you know? But masquerade hats is not a bad idea. I may look that up in, like, after this. I saw the first one and it convinced me not to see the rest. Okay. I need this hat to flow with the leg. The leg comes up like this, the feather's gonna flow out like that. It's not really what feathers look like, but And then I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to break up some sections of the feather here. So we get a little bit more shape variety in there. And a little one down here. It's too even. Too even. I should have put that a little higher up. Let's have a little break up here. A little, something like that. Feather's too big, I think. Let's shrink it. And then we'll move it like here. I don't know if I'm really digging the hat, guys. I'm gonna be real. I don't know if the hat's the move, but we'll figure it out later. You should make Cher-Chan the hat instead. Genius. I'll do that probably in hour 4 later. So you gotta stick around if you really want to see it, guys. I'm definitely gonna do that. But it's looking so nice so far. There's a lot of stuff I really don't like about it. I'm gonna definitely be reworking the face, the hat. Basically, everything that you see here is probably not gonna be here by the time I'm actually satisfied with this. And I feel like Neoneoshi, it's a big thing in chat that like chat gets mad at me because I don't like things that they like sometimes on my art, and I will just get rid of it. So sorry if that's how you're feeling, but I will be probably getting rid and changing a lot of stuff. Face in particular. There you go. It's gone. I can't undo it because I don't have a Control Z. I'm also getting rid of the hat. I don't like it. I don't like the hat. We're getting rid of it. And it's gone. I don't like that. Stop drawing things you like. I mean, you mean drawing things I don't like? It reminds me of the manga Innocent Rouge. What's that? I count erasing as undoing cheater? No. We're gonna come back to the face. I kinda, before I even continue this, I want to make sure I can get my pose right. She's kind of thick. it's understandable. What matters is how you feel looking back and how you draw and go, wow, this is actually good. I'm proud of myself and what I achieved. You're so understanding, Yoshi. Chad would just fucking tell me I made a mistake. But no, I think it's the right call. I don't really like the way it's looking. It's not to my standard. That's the thing, guys. If I'm erasing stuff, I just don't like it. It's just not up to my standard. I don't think it's good enough, and I don't want to produce art that I don't think is good enough. Not gonna lie, it's wild he deletes art I would struggle to make while calling it trash. I'm not kind to my output, dude, you know? I'm not erasing that fully, I just kind of want to lighten it up. I think having the leg come out like this, would that feel better? Oh, dude, Google it. It's gorgeous. All right, I'm gonna Google Innocent Rouge. Excusez-moi. Innocent Rouge. Oh, okay. I see. Yeah. It's I do like that aesthetic. Like the sort of like gothic-y looking stuff. I really do like that aesthetic. For those who don't know what I'm looking at right now, I'm gonna pull up an image of like some Innocent Rouge stuff. I don't know if this is official art. Let me pull up something that is official art. I think this is like one of the covers. Let me put it in the refs folder. Stuff like this is what Kimdo's talking about, which is really nice. And I would love to produce something like this. It's stylistically probably not something I would go for, but I do like the way it looks. It's very appealing. The idea of doing roses terrifies me. I don't know if I want to do that. Let's put you here. Yeah, it's just the vibe. Yeah, I dig it. What if I draw her upside down? What'll that do? How will that change things? I'm just trying different shit, you know? This, I know, is gonna look fucking weird. I gotta change the alignment on this. It's not terrible. I actually like that eye. I don't like this one, though. Yay, Neo, would you like the Discord link? Neo's already in the Discord. Sorry, I'm dumb. I forgive you. Just don't do it again. Don't like that. Be right back, anime time. Do your thing. I like the sword engraving. I do too. I would like to do that, especially on a rapier. I really want this to be a rapier, but it is tough. It's not my name. It's not my name. It's not my name. I just don't really know what direction to go with this. Whatever. I have to go now. Got a big day ahead of me. I wish I could stay long. Bye, Cat Snack and Twitch chatters. Bye-bye. Good night from this side of the earth. See ya, Neonioshi. I appreciate you popping in. Enjoy your day. Or night. It sounds like it's night, so enjoy it. I'm very, very torn. Alright, damn, we got Kimdo on YouTube? Shit. I appreciate you, dog. Okay. What do I have to do to make this fucking work? Also, guys, I got a hard out at the 4-hour mark today because I gotta go meet my boy. We're doing a little Christmas shopping date. This lady's dating my prime minister now. Isn't that wild? Or my ex-prime minister, I should say. My old prime minister. Toothpaste? No, not toothpaste. Different guy. I've got a lot of men in my life. This isn't Katy Perry? Oh, it felt like Katy Perry. Well, I lied. Whatever. Oopsies. Damn, we got 6 concurrent viewers on YouTube. That's the most viewers I've ever had on YouTube in my entire life. Isn't that crazy? We just hit a new record on YouTube today. I don't like that. It's like the early days of Twitch streaming. Come on. Oh yeah, that's a good thing to note actually. If you're watching over on YouTube and you want to join our Discord, go ahead and join it. Just letting you know though, we are an 18+ community, so if you are under the age of 18, don't join it. Don't watch me even. I'm a bad guy. I'm an evil man. You don't want to watch me if you're under the age of 18. Okay. Okay, I think I like these eyes better. The question is, how do I not fuck it up? I'm gonna work off a different layer to preserve the eyes. And then I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna just try and frame the eyes with hair. Ooh. I want to give her like big hair. I feel like big hair would look good. Should I not cover the face with the arm is now my question. Because I feel like a lot of the struggle I have is just because I'm hiding a lot of the face. But at the same time, I really should be able to work around that. Invite toothpaste to the stream already? I'm not doing that. And now we wait. What are we waiting for? Christmas duck song? Damon, what are you doing? You're ruining... Don't ruin the vibe. We're jamming. Damon, if your song sucks ass, I'm skipping it. I'm just letting you know. I don't have a lot of faith in a song called The Christmas Duck Song by Bryant Oden. Who names their kid Bryant, dude? Why do you need to... Brian's already a name. Why do you need to add a T? If your name's Bryant, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. No worries. I know you don't mind. That ain't it. That ain't it. That ain't Falco. Okay. I'm perfectly fine with songs being anointed by the much sought after but rarely bestowed snack skip. That's right, it's an honor to you. Whatever. Whatever helps. What if I switch this to like a gun? don't know if gun would really... I don't know if gun's the move. The rarity makes it carry value on its own. Well, as long as you're cool with it. Makes my life easier. The big fear is somebody, like, pissing and moaning and shitting themselves because that I don't listen to their music, you know? Nobody's ever done that, but... Hold up, I gotta... My power bar is, like, looking kind of fucked right now. Just request Gregorian chants. I mean, one time is whatever. The amount of times that other guy... That was, like, a fucking long-ass song of nothing. That was crazy. Well, you pain. Don't make me request Cotton Eye Joe Gregorian chant version. Dear God. Or anything that is classified as slurpcore. I'm kind of curious about what the hell slurpcore is, dude. If you give me a sub 3-minute slurpcore song, I'll listen to it. A genre I was made aware of extra recently. If you didn't know about it, I feel like I should be concerned, you know? I feel like you would know these things. You wanna be with me. Okay. She kind of looks like Jinx a little bit. Okay, let me find some anime hair to copy. Or just some sort of reference. Because I feel like this hair is just not working. Pinterest. Let's see what we got. Actually, you know what? I have a bunch of references here. Why don't I just reference these ladies? I do like this girl's, like, sort of messy hair. We name Chain some. We name Chain of Summer. Oh, I see. We mention. You guys, does anybody other than Damon know what Slurpcore is? I am, like, that's kind of on my brain right now. I don't know, and I'm scared to find out. I'm kind of curious. Damon, show me your Slurpcore, dude. That sounds like I'm asking you to do something to me in a sexual way. It's not, okay? Different type of slurp. Show me what that slurp do, Damon. Actually, before I keep asking him, I should check that he hasn't already added it to the queue. I don't know if I want to have 20 Slurpcore songs in there. The Christmas Duck song is coming up, by the way, guys. This is also a Damon specialty, so I've already threatened him with skipping it, but we'll see how it goes. I was told that the soundtrack of the pop hit cult classic game Cruelty Squad is considered peak Slurpcore. I see. I don't know what that, I still don't know what that is. I don't know what that game is. I'm just like really bad at drawing long hair. It's what I struggle with a lot. Let's see. I just feel like her head would be a little rounder here. Here we go. Damon, I like to think that you listen to this in your off time and you're not just using it to torment me, but... This is a 4-minute song. Oh no, it's a 3-minute song. I think I can tank 3 minutes. This almost sounds like it would be sang by, like, it's the same voice. You ever watch South Park? You know the guy who sings the song of, Lemmy-Winks? The, like, rat who crawls into the gay man's asshole? That, it's, like, the same voice. Lemmy-Winks, Lemmy-Winks. Alright, it's kind of catchy a little bit. I queued up the Ballad of Lemmy-Winks just so that you could see what I'm talking about. It's like the same fucking sound. Oh my god, dude, there's an entire other chorus of this shit. It's the same thing. And then he waddled away. And then he waddled away. This is the type of shit they put on loop in fucking Guantanamo Bay when they don't want you to sleep, dude. I swear to God, like if I ever become like a military torturer, I'm using this. All right, now we're gonna listen to the Lemmy comparison. Glossario, how you doing? This is fucking. No, just get to the. Oh, this is like a live version or something. Whatever. All right, we're not doing a comparison. I give up. Just going to the next song. Glossario, hello. How you doing, Glossario? I just think she looks like really off balance. I'm good. What's up? I'm good, dog. I gotta pee again, dude. This whole morning, I've just been chugging coffee and water because I had a lot of pizza last night. And so, you know when you wake up in the middle of the night with like you're like super dehydrated because you had something really salty before bed? That was me this morning. So I was just pounding back water. And now I have to piss a lot, dude. I'm gonna be pissing all stream. Yeah, she looks cross-eyed again. I can't get the like positioning of the eye right. What if I made her eyeball way bigger? The Griffith Berserk hair is gone? It is. Though, I actually liked it the most. I'm gonna give her, like, micro bangs. No more spamming Graffisu in chat. Cool art style, by the way. Thanks, big dog. I appreciate it. We try. We try real hard. Speaking of trying, I'm gonna try and take another pee, because I gotta piss. My dick is full of piss. Be right back, alright? Also, I got cucumbers this time. Instead of carrots, we're going cucumber. Mouse core. Banger, by the way. You can thank Disney for that. I'm not choosing any of the songs in the playlist. That's all Disney. Damn, I even heard the crunch. Oh, they're fresh. I don't know what micro bangs mean. My bangs are always gigantic, spectacular, and leave my sexual partner entirely satisfied. Damon. the fact that you have bangs is like the most surprising part of that whole sentence. Glossaria, thank you for the follow, big dog. Welcome in. King the man, me. Dude, I fucking love cucumbers. Cucumbers are like they're the vegetable where if you add them to something, they add such a degree of freshness. I think cucumbers are like the fucking the optimal fresh adding, like they add the most freshness of any vegetable there could be, in my opinion. I don't know what else could be more fresh than a cucumber. I don't want to hear tomatoes, all right? Nobody talk about tomatoes. I don't like tomatoes. Cucumbers, though? I don't like green peppers, either. What a popular streamer you are. Thank you, NFT. Normally, NFT's in here telling me how few viewers I have. He projects all of his insecurities onto me. When my viewers are low, he reminds me, and then when my viewers are high, he praises me. Truly, the ultimate grifter. Thank you, NFT. Are you eating them raw? Oh yeah, baby. No protection. I'm just going straight in. Cucumber with tahini and lemon, so good. Oh yeah. Now you're speaking my language, dude. I've been trying to get on that spinach tip lately, guys. I've been trying to fucking spinach my life up. It has not... You know what I've been doing? I've been cooking them so that they shrivel up, and then I can fit more onto a sandwich. Because if I don't do that, I'm not going to eat them consistently enough to actually go through a full bag, and then they just wilt and I have to throw them out and I feel bad. So I've just been trying to like get them as tiny as possible by cooking them, and then just putting them in my burritos or whatever the fuck I'm eating, you know? I've never eaten them fresh, to be honest, spinach. Huh. If you guys want to get your spinach nutrients, dude, you know what the tech is? And this is an old trick from when I was 17 and I worked at like a smoothie bar in like a mall. Very similar to like Booster Juice or whatever. But like, what you do is you fill the smoothie with a bunch of spinach, and that spinach has no taste at all. It turns your smoothie gray, depending on the fruit in there. If it's like a light thing, like if you have like a pina colada smoothie with a lot of pineapple, like coconut whatever bullshit, if you put that in there, it'll turn it green, which is actually kind of cool. Having a green smoothie that doesn't taste like anything green is kind of based. It's kind of awesome. I love it. But like, if you put it in like a strawberry banana smoothie, it just turns it fucking like gray. It looks like slop, but it's delicious and you don't taste it. It still tastes like strawberry banana. So if you hate eating vegetables, but you love eating fruits and delicious smoothies, consider just shoving a bunch of spinach in your blender and blending them with the smoothies. I promise, I swear to God, you will not taste it. I swear, I promise. On my life, dude. And I love my life. I'm Team Radish Kimchi. Kimchi. Damon, you are wild, bro. You are wild. The amount of out-of-pocket stuff that you love, wild. You're a fascinating creature, Damon. I will say. I'm not a big kimchi guy. I've tried. I just can't get into it. Same with like kombucha. I just can't get into it. I'm not a probiotics fella, it seems, you know? Snack, look at Sextra's fan art and your art share channel. Uh-oh. What'd you post in the Discord, dog? Oh, no. Okay, I'm gonna show this on stream. Give me a sec. So for context, for everybody who's kind of new right now, earlier on stream, everybody was telling me to draw an OC. And so I drew this OC called Chair Chan. Okay? And he's posted right here. This is Chair Chan. It's microscopic on screen right now, so you can't really see it. Just Dizzy posts the smallest JPEGs humanly imaginable. And then Sextra did, I guess this would be Chair Kun now. And then this is Chair Chan. Tell you what, he about to give her his love seed, dude. You know? Just saying. Why are we drawing chairs with faces? Oh, Shireen. Alright, back to stream. He's here. He's over here. He's under the reference folder. There he is. My OC, Chair Chan. You sick fucks, Chair Chan's just 12 years old and a boy? Nuh-uh, dude. He's the 3,000-year-old leather chair. He's aged to perfection. Well seasoned. Well maintained. He just looks young, but he's not. He just takes care of his skin. He's so cute. Amen. I actually left stream for a while, but I heard Chair Chan in the Discord and had to come back. Yeah, we just showed you what you drew, Sextra. You little freak. Giving Chair Chan a girlfriend. Now it makes me feel like he should have been named Chair Kun, but it's too late. Me? 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 My musical timing's not great, guys. I really art is my domain. I think I'm gonna stick to it. I don't think I'm gonna be like a music guy. Man, Control Z would be so nice right now. I won't lie. Am I even drawing on the right? Okay, I am drawing on the right layer. Fuck. You have a future in the music industry? Thanks, dog. Would you buy my music? You send up my buttons, babe. You can't run now. By the way, guys, I gotta ask. There's a lot of new people here on both Twitch and YouTube. We've got a lot more viewers on YouTube than I expected, to be quite honest. 4 is a lot for me on YouTube, I will say. How many of you guys have come from TikTok? Just out of curiosity. If you're here and if you're willing to speak. If not, if you want to leave me silent, that's totally fine too. Not I. Okay, well. I'm just wondering if the TikTok is the move right now. It might be. Who knows? I was navigating through Twitch art streams. Okay. I follow you on TikTok, NFT. You followed me on Twitch for like 2 years now. You basically literally like you followed me probably longer than anybody in chat right now. Dude, you know what's crazy? If you've ever burped cucumber, guys, which I just did, if you've ever burped cucumber, it tastes like burping watermelon. It's the flavor's very distinctly the same. I don't know how to explain it. You know what else? Watermelon has got to be one of the freshest fruits out there, dude. Like if you get a nice little slurp of watermelon on a nice hot day, dude, that's peak refreshment. I don't know. It doesn't get any better. What do you guys think? Am I cooking or what? I found you scrolling through Twitch. It recommended you to me, probably because I also watch PCAT. Okay, that makes sense. That's funny. The PCAT crossover is not something I expected at all. I feel like my personality is very different than hers. But I do watch PCAT, so maybe that's why. I don't know, maybe I should change the pose. I just don't really know that the pose is like working, you know? Let's just erase this out. I know everybody in chat right now. No! Snack, what the fuck are you... Look. I just think I could do better. Pineapple's fresh here in Brazil? Oh, hell yeah, dude. For real? I live in Canada, dude, so, like, fruits and stuff are very season dependent. What layer did I do this leg on? Bro, what fucking layer is this on? Oh, there we go. I'm just erasing it all. Bye-bye. I love melons. Amen, brother. Amen. Shireen love melons too. Hell yeah, dude. That's not even an innuendo. I just love melons. Okay. Do y'all hate melons? Everyone I see hates melons. Who would hate melons? My fave's banana by far, but yeah, melons are godlike. All right, VIP this motherfucker. I'm just kidding. I'm not gonna VIP you, but dude, bananas are peak, and I say it all the time. And I never get a amen. I never get a hallelujah. I don't even get an 07. Okay, whenever I say how much I love bananas. Everybody just calls me gay for putting phallic objects in my mouth. I can't win. Thank you, Glossario. Respect. NFT, quit trying to grift, dude. I know you're my #1 hater. Don't try bandwagon here. Sextra, amen. I do like the mouse, the rat with the fucking nuts. Can't a guy love cucumbers and bananas? And carrots. At the start of stream, I was also eating carrots. Just a lot of phallic-shaped vegetables and fruits. I guess today it was all veggies. No, I didn't have a banana today. I could go fuck up a banana right now. I won't, though. The only issue I got with Snack's banana love is he doesn't open it by the nipples. I'm not a fucking chimp, dude. I use my, like, high IQ human brain and I eat it like a fucking normal human being. I don't know why you're really trying to sell this opening bananas chimp style It's not gonna work. There's literally like a, you know, like the banana has like the perfect form to basically like open from the top. Look at this freaking thing. Mine's maybe a little bit more hooked, okay? Sometimes it happens, just genetics. But like the banana, this thing right here is the point you grab. Why would you want to open it here, dude? Doesn't make any sense. Are bananas sweet in Canada? My friend from the US says bananas aren't that sweet. I mean, they feel sweet to me. I think they're sweet. My impression is that they're sweet. They got a nice flavor to them, you know. Anyways, enough banana propaganda. Did I do that? Oh! Oh! Oh, I didn't mean to erase that. Fuck. I'm doing the no control Z, so we're gonna have to. Why did I disable control Z? Why am I doing this to myself? How do you open your pineapples? I'm a sick fuck, dude. I just eat them out of like plastic containers. I'm twisted. My dark and twisted mind. Just eat it with the skin on. Yeah, it's good. You're one of those guys just like, it's full of potassium. Skin's good for you. Bear in mind that Americans consume a tremendous amount of sugar. Source, I'm American. Well, I'm Canadian. I feel like we basically eat the same shit. I think a lot of people think Canadians live in like some frozen tundra. That's just not really the case. I thought y'all eat moose. I've never had it. I don't even know if is that legal. I don't know if that's legal. I also don't know if there's enough moose like in the world. Actually, it's probably legal. I feel like I've heard of it. I've never eaten it, but I've heard of it. Let's do like maybe one. Are you addicted to undo so you disable it as a challenge? No, okay, so after stream, what you guys don't see is for the last week, and I plan to continue this for the month, is I've been practicing drawing exclusively in pen, okay? So I have a little sketchbook. You guys can't see it, and I don't have a webcam, so you won't see it. But I have a pen, or a sketchbook next to me. This basically just filled with drawings of hands in pen, and I like the ability, what pen does to my brain. I like the pen sort of instantly shows me where I fucked up. And I think undo cripples me in a way, and it makes like a crutch where I can't notice when I instantly fuck up with undo because I just undo it. And then my brain doesn't actually register it as a mistake. And there's less intentionality with my actions and less commitment to my lines. And I want to build up more commitment, more observational mistakes and stuff like that. So getting rid of my Control Z is the closest thing I could do to that. I mean, I could also probably not erase, but that seems like crazy people shit right now. I'm trying to get a little bit better and a little bit more comfortable with the pen before I start doing stuff like that. But that's the idea. Just use paint, fuck layers and tools. I mean, the only thing I've painted is like this chick or whatever. I don't normally do a lot of painting. I do a lot of line art. I like line art. I still need to finish her hand. Moose to Canadians are like chicken to us, mass bred. I don't know where you guys hear this. There's no, like, moose farms in Canada. This is, like, American propaganda right now, dude. It's not real. I want to give her some pirate hoops. I'm gonna make her hoops bigger than the guy, but we're gonna give her some hoops. We're gonna give her several hoops, actually. Fuck, I'm gonna tangent if I do this one. I gotta switch that up. It's too much. Too much. I don't hate that hoop, but Canada is kind of just evergreen trees. Like, the places where people live, like in southern Ontario or like Quebec or like BC and shit, all those places collectively where the majority of the population is probably make up like 10% of the country, and the rest is just fucking nothing. It's just wilderness, trees. But people don't live in the middle of fucking nowhere because they're not like insane, you know? People like Walmart and stuff. I like Walmart. Not like ethically, but like I like the convenience of it. So you're telling me you're insane? That's right, I live in the woods, dude. I get perfect Wi-Fi and upload speeds in the middle of the woods. I think I'm going to try and lower the shoulder a bit, just so I have a stronger negative space going through the pose on the side here. I just feel like if I could get my negative shapes a little bit better, it might help. I also think it's too wide. How many parks are in Canada? Infinite. Which artists inspire you? These days, I think I like... I gotta think. There are a lot of artists that inspire me. Which ones do I take from directly that would be obvious? I feel like it's changed so much over the years. I'm trying to think. Nabet Zitro was like a huge one for a long time. I really like the way he did faces in particular. I'll write it down here. Nabet Z... I can't control Z. I just didn't like that N. See? Nabet Zitro. I really liked his work for a really long time. And you'll probably see a lot of my work, or his work in my work. I would take a lot. Lately, I've been focusing a lot more on, like, animation-based artists. Just because I really want to pivot my style towards being a little bit simpler, I guess. I'm trying to think what other artists inspired me. I gotta go to my Instagram. Shout out to my Instagram. Let me see here. Who do I follow on Instagram? I don't follow a huge amount of people. A lot of them are streamers. Oh, Tyler Jacobson was like a huge inspiration for me for years. When I started drawing, he was like one of the reasons I got into like drawing. Tyler Jacobson. If you've ever played Dungeons and Dragons, he did the Player's Handbook cover. He did the Dungeon Master's Guide. He did like the DM screen. He's done a lot of like the Dungeons and Dragons stuff. Basically all of like the cover art. Sung Moo Hyo also really love their stuff. Sung Moo Hyo. Sung Moo Hyo. For line art in particular, I think Sung Moo Hyo has some of the nicest line art I have ever seen. I fucking love their line art. I mean, I shouldn't say that. I love his line art. I know for a fact he's a dude. And then off my art station, what do we got here? We got, I can't remember his name, so I'm gonna look at my art station because I follow him there. Who is it? It's Feng Wei. Feng Wei is also a huge inspiration to me these days. So basically, these days, I don't really look at Tyler Jacobson and Nebet Zitro as much these days. I do really look at a lot of Feng Wei's stuff. Feng Wei. And a lot of Sung Moo Hyo. Because or Hyo. I don't know how to pronounce it. I'm not Korean, but let me pull up their work. So I'll show you what Feng Wei's stuff looks like, and I've shown it on stream a lot. But an example of a Feng Wei piece that I really love. There's one in particular that I really like. This one's really nice. He's just a fantastic line artist. I'm really into line art illustrations for the most part. So like this. This is Feng Wei. I really dig his shit. The shapes and the gestures and all that stuff, they're just so strong, you know? Dora Jam, you think I remind you of Dora Jam? I'll check him out. And then Sung Moo Hyo is also another one who's just like fucking goated at line art. Let me find Sung Moo Hyo, an example a piece I really like by him. Let me see. Oh, this is another one of my favorite Feng Wei pieces, actually. I'll share this one too, just because I really like this one. This one is fucking insane. I just really dig it. Okay, now let's find. I'm gonna do Sung Moo Hyo. So these are kind of my biggest inspirations these days. I really like. I want to get to this level of line art. I'm nowhere near that level, but this is also why I want to start drawing in pen more, because I feel like it's gonna force me to sort of just commit more to line work. Let me find some Sung Moo. His painted stuff is really nice, but it's his line art that to me is just like fucking top tier. He removed a lot of it. Weird. Okay, his Instagram probably has some. He does like insane perspective really fucking well. I'll just take a screenshot of his like Instagram because it'll illustrate sort of what I'm talking about here. These are all of his like his perspective drawings. He's fucking insane. It's like very pixely because it's a screenshot from Instagram. But if you like Sung Moo Hyo, or if you like line art, this guy is fucking god tier. Genuinely goated. EO58 also. Oh yeah, EO58 is huge. I don't know why I didn't include EO58. I love Korean artists. That's another reason why I kind of want to use pen more, because Korean artists are just fucking goated, dude. They're just, like, insane. And a lot of them draw with pen. Anyways, these are sort of my big inspos these days. I'm gonna clear this out. And then you said, my art reminds you of... Who was it? You said... Dora Jam. Let me take a look. I'm curious. Oh, they're way better than me. I will tell you, this person's way better than me. But I do really like that look, yeah. It's very, like, EO58-esque. I think I take a lot of inspiration from, like, Korean style, like, anime stuff. I think I try and I add a little bit more like not like a Western touch to it or anything, but I feel like I definitely do things a little bit more a mix between anime and realism. I sort of live in that world, and I really like that aesthetic for whatever reason. The tile floor looks real. Are you talking about Sung Moo Kyo? Yeah. Yeah, he's goated. He's just really good at balancing values. Like, if you want a close-up of his shit, like, this is, like, an example of just, like, this is, like, mastery, dude, in line art. Or, like, this. If I can get to 60% of this skill level in the next 30 years, I'll be happy with my life, I think. I'll be able to die. Just so goated. Just unbelievably goated, dude. Happy with your wife? I don't need a wife, dude. I got your mom, Pete. I don't need a wife. We just need to grind with the direction. That's what I'm saying. The perspective on the cheetah print. Jeez, yeah. I took his class on Colosso, and I really liked it. I thought there was a lot of value in it. I do think it was a little bit directed maybe below my level. It was like talking about like anatomy proportions and stuff like that. But I think he has other classes, and if I ever took classes again, I would take his classes because they were really well. They were really detailed. The thing is that they sometimes take a while to translate them into English because he speaks Korean, right? But and I'm a unilingual. Well, I'm bilingual, but I'm not bilingual in Korean. So right now, for the sake of studying, I'm a unilingual chud. What's your YouTube channel? It's just Cat Snack. I'll send you the link. I mean, I don't have a lot of content on there. Right now I'm doing one short a week, roughly. And then I plan to start long form content in the new year. It's Cat Snack with 2 S's though, because the fucking domain was taken. Unfortunately. Probably me on some old account. My mom's retired, good luck. Even better. More time for me. Stuck in ads, huh? Tragic. You're better. You're better now. I'm Glossario, by the way. What up, Glossario? How you doing, dog? Welcome to my YouTube stream. Yeah, there's not much I can really do about Twitch ads, unfortunately. But, you know, the nice thing about YouTube is that they haven't patched ad block. So if you've got ad block, you're set. What gets me is finding one artist to draw when I like so much art from different things. I gotta Google artists and just look for one and commit. Oh, fuck. I said the magic word. Shut up, dude. Sorry. I said the G word, and then my Bluetooth earbuds thought I was talking to them. I really gotta turn that feature off. What was I talking about? I forget. The stupid AI in my head distracted me. Oh, I have YouTube Premium? Even better then. Then you're definitely ad-free. I don't know if I'm digging that. I guess I don't want to give Snack a part of a penny every ad. You don't have to. I got a G-word artist and just look for one and commit. Yeah, I would say just find what I do is just find bits and pieces of artists that I really like and just steal from them, dude. Like you could take like the way the eyes of one artist get done, or you know, I gotta make sure that I'm not on a layer where if I fucking circle something, like if you like the way somebody does their fabric, you could steal that. What's your goal in art? Industry, class, or just fun? No, I'm done with the industry. I worked professionally in the animation industry for like 3 years. I don't want to do it again. I'm good. I think if I do, I'm gonna take very specific contracts, and I'm just gonna work on shows that I actually want to work on. I don't really want to get back into the animation industry like full time or anything. What layer is this shit on? But right now, I'm just a hobbyist. And then my goal is essentially, as of right now, my goal is just to, like, I have one goal. It's basically maintain my consistency with my fuck. That's not the one I want to erase. God damn it. Um, the one goal I want is to improve my ability, and my big goal is just to stay consistent with YouTube right now. I just started the YouTube stuff, and I want to, for a full year, just sort of like commit, make sure I'm dropping videos, maybe one a week, shorts one a week, long form. In the new year, I'm going to sort of decide my schedule. I don't know if it's going to be one every month or 2 months. I have a full-time job outside of this, and I stream on the weekend, right? So it's really the time commitment. Like I can't have my entire life be content creation. Um, so that's something that I'm struggling to balance right now. I don't really know what to do about that, but so we're just gonna start small, do some shorts here and there, see how it goes from there, and then expand off of that. And then yeah, just keep getting better, get gooder. Is this the right folder? It is not. Okay. What about you guys? You guys got any big lofty goals? The new year's coming up. I know everybody's gonna be asking this question. You can get around Twitch ads with a VPN, I guess. Can you really? I'm thinking of going into the concept art and illustration industry just for the stability. Is it stable? I don't really know much about it. I had some friends that were character designers at the studio I worked at, but they got laid off. I don't know how it is with like concept art like in the States. Like I said, Canadian, but big goal, leave home and never look back. I've already done that, HDMZ. My goal is to freelance, to get freelance work by age 35. That's a reasonable goal. I mean, unless you're like 34 and 3/4 right now. But draw till I get good enough for my dream storyboard job, then fuck. I mean, do it at least once. If I hate it, then I'll know I'll do it. Yeah, that's it. That was the same for me. And I think the thing is, once you get into the industry, you realize there's a lot of people in the industry that are just people. Everybody in the industry that you look up to and that you sort of put on a pedestal, they're just people, guys. You know? And I think once you get to that point, you kind of realize everything that you want to do in life is, and everybody that you aspire to be like is just a person. And it really makes it like, it's kind of like eye-opening where you're like, well, I'm like free. I feel like I can literally try to be anything now because I get it. You know what I mean? I like taking commissions, but money fluctuates a lot. Yeah, that's fair. That's I don't really do commissions mostly because I'm a really slow artist. So that's the big reason I don't take commissions. Um, but yeah, I don't like that. I think this thumb needs to be shifted over a little bit. Whatever. I'll do that on another layer later. Right now, it's just grind whatever I want. My big goal is to get into kids shows, but you never know. Like you actually aspire to produce kids shows. That's the thing you want to be a part of. I never like I've worked on kid shows. I didn't really like it that much. There were some that were fun, I guess, but tackle my dopamine addiction, get promoted, find a girlfriend. I see. Dopamine addiction's a tough one, dude. Um, my thing is like I try really really hard to sort of limit my fucking brain rot consumption, but it is tough in today's like society. Everything is set up to basically get you to fucking sell your time to some sort of app or whatever. It is if we're getting real or whatever. It do suck. I think there needs to be a little bit more regulation around sort of uh algorithmically based apps, in my opinion. But so right now, you're not a full time artist? No, I don't work in the art industry at all. I'm just a hobbyist. I just do this for funsies on the weekend. I mean, I guess I make a little bit of Twitch income, but that's about it. It's not a lot. Like I'm not making like enough. I could never quit my job off of Twitch. But the thing is, that's by choice. I think if I like put a portfolio together, I could probably get back into the industry. I'm not really interested. It's just not really stable for me. Depends. I would like to get it on some projects, I guess, but I'm just saying, China went and limited the amount of time kids could spend on video games, and everyone in the West freaked the fuck out. Yeah, I think it's time to move away from that thinking, dude. Like the shit Australia did with teenagers, I think we need to go farther than that. I think we need to like like hardware modify cell phones that are sold to kids so they can't access these apps through VPNs or anything. I really do think we need to go like full fucking lockdown on social media and shit like that. It's just like it's like there is no argument at this point that it is not good for you, you know? And I feel like we regulate everything else like drugs, alcohol, gambling, whatever. Why are we not doing it with this? I know it sounds a little radical, but I do think I do think it's time. So I hope Canada follows through with the same shit that Australia does, and I hope we do it harder. And also, getting rid of a lot of like kids off of the internet is it's going to take a lot of power away from these social media companies too. Video games aren't my problem. It's short form content that's killing my brain. That's what I mean. It's not video games. It's for me like my bans would be like focused around algorithmic entertainment. Like anything that is there to maximize your attention or your you giving somebody attention, that's really what I think is the dangerous shit. Like this short form content right now. And the thing is, it's like I play into it. I make shorts, but the thing is, if we de-incentivize people from having algorithmic content, I wouldn't need to make like clickbaity, like fucking, digital crack for people to consume, you know? I could just make actual long form content. Like live streaming is nice. It would be nice if I could make more money off of live streaming and shift my focus to that. But I think as a content creator on the internet, it seems like these days you kind of have to go the real route and do all that stuff. Crack police. That's right. I could agree with that. I'll say meme culture will die a little bit. Yeah, whatever. I mean, study shorts are fine, to be honest. Baits are the real problem for me. Yeah, okay. Well, what I should clarify. So I do like the content I make is moderately educational, but the thing is, you still have to structure it. Like if you notice, there's this thing called the Zygarnik effect, where essentially you can create like an interest in something that hasn't been presented yet through creating like a hook, right? So if you watch my videos, like I don't know what I said in the last script or whatever on the silhouettes one. But the first thing I open with is usually like, some sort of hook where you're like, you're not doing this one thing, or you have to think about this thing this one particular way. I hate doing that shit. I don't like it. I don't want to do that shit. But the thing is, the algorithm won't pick up my content if I don't, because the viewer retention is going to be too low. So you almost have to trick people into watching your content. Now, and I've talked about this before, the goal is to basically present substance afterwards that validates the use of those hooks, so you don't feel like you're scamming people or like, wasting people's time, because people aren't going to want to watch that, right? So that's sort of my mentality around it, where I'll use hooks, I'll use like the clickbaity shit, but my goal and my hope really is that I'm delivering on what the promise was in the hook, and that people don't feel cheated when they watch my content. But I don't like that I have to play that game. That's sort of the issue. I like the olden days of YouTube, because the issue right now is, let's say you're a YouTuber, and if I make a YouTube video, my subs see it, and then it gets basically killed if it can't pass through different thresholds, right? Like if it doesn't do well with broader audiences, it won't really do well. But back in the day, all YouTube was like, if you subscribe to someone, you only really got recommended videos from people you're subscribed to. But now, because you're being recommended stuff from people you're not subscribed to constantly, it makes it a lot more gamified, where YouTubers have to basically try and optimize for attention grabbing stuff, either through clickbaity thumbnails, titles, whatever. None of that shit was really necessary until they started sort of broadening who you could interact with on YouTube, and it wasn't limited to just who you're subscribed to, right? That's the problem. And TikTok kind of like radical, like it pushed that way farther by just making endless scroll a thing, right? So now you could just endlessly watch content forever. There's no end to TikTok. Before, on Facebook and stuff, when you were browsing stuff, there would be an end to the feed. If your friends just didn't post shit, they wouldn't just generate stuff from people you've never seen before in your life. That sounded absurd in like the early 2010s. But that's just sort of how every app works today, and it makes it so that there's this never-ending loop of dopamine that people can chase, and that's a big problem. So there's a lot of little tiny behind-the-scenes things that people don't really realize are what are causing these attention problems and sort of cranking up people's retention time and the time that they spend on their apps and away from other things that could be more valuable in their lives. So that's sort of my gripe with it, but, it's the game I'm in, baby. I get that. I don't blame people for making short form content. My problem is there's an army of psychologists and engineers building algorithms expressly designed to addict people to scrolling. That's exactly what I'm saying, dude. Exactly that, yeah. I don't think much about the world changing in the sense of memes should die. My struggle is with myself. I need to detach myself from short form content. Yeah, I mean, the dynamic is like, yeah, if you want to be adaptive to the modern world we live in and you want to succeed, you kind of have to sort of force yourself to detach from stuff like that. The issue is that the average person is not going to be able to do that. If I put 10 people on heroin, okay, and I get them addicted to heroin, and I'm not saying like social media is like as damaging as heroin or anything, but I think there is a reality where it is very habit forming, and you can get down this rabbit hole where it's hard to break the pattern. And if you do that to 10 people, maybe 1 out of 10 people will get clean of heroin, but those other 9 people are fucked for life, or they'll die of overdoses or whatever. And so, yeah, the reality is you could try and detach yourself from social media, but the problem is we shouldn't be putting this like the average person in a situation where they're so fucking destroyed by this shit. Now, if you're an adult and you want to consume social media, whatever. I really do think there should be laws around kids using it. People under 18 in general. I think it should really follow like a lot of the similar laws that we have with alcohol and drugs and stuff like that. Create scheduled like categories, right? You create a scheduled category where you have like algorithmic based content is just like it's like schedule 3. It's like the worst shit you could do, right? And then the lighter stuff like I don't know, YouTube or whatever, something endless scrolling. I don't know. I feel like you could categorize this shit and then you could create hardware that basically doesn't allow you to watch certain categories of scheduled media. Because you don't want to restrict people from accessing news. You don't want to restrict people from accessing like local like just social interaction. You don't want to ban people from being able to text their friends or talk to people on Discord or whatever. It really is the sort of the fucking drug version of this media that we need to get rid of, in my opinion. Of course. Glossary over on YouTube says, I mean, study shorts are fine, to be honest. Baits are the real problem for me. A lot of the time, I got myself watching 30 minutes of content that I don't even care about. It's sad. Yeah, that's sort of how I feel too. And it's like, when you spend a lot of time trying to do something and you really commit that time to it, and it's like, it's very satisfying by the end. Social media it feels to me like it gives like some synthetic version of satisfaction. You get the dopamine rush and you get the feeling like you're doing things that are positive, but you just come out of it feeling like a synthetic altered version of that just isn't as deep and as enriching as actually accomplishing things in your life. But it still scratches that itch, you know? And I feel like that's sort of the danger is it gets a lot of people complacent in their life, not doing the things that they actually want that could bring them joy in their life. And it is sad. I don't know. I try really hard to stay away from that shit as much as I can. Now look, I obviously I consume reels, I share reels, I think they're funny. I'm not browsing them fucking 10 hours a day, you know what I mean? Like there are people who this is like their hobby is just fucking scrolling TikTok or whatever for 5, 6, 7 hours a day, which is wild. It's like terrifying. Obviously, young people are more susceptible to algorithms, but this is impacting everybody. I think there should be some kind of regulation regardless of how old you are. Maybe that's a time limit or making the algorithms less addictive. I don't know. I don't really know, dude. I don't like I sort of want to strike a balance where I don't want to like impede people's right to consume things that they want to do, but I do think that there are certain things that, are illegal for a reason. And you don't want to create like you want there to be a stigma around using certain things. I don't think much about the world changing in a sense of memes should die. My struggle is with myself. I need to detach myself from short form content. Yep. What do you think is the minimum age for the young person to be able to access algorithmic based content? I don't know, dude. I don't know. I feel like even like 18 is like kind of young, but I don't know though, because it's like you kind of go just based off of culture. With a lot of age based like limitations, most countries just do it based off of like what's culturally normal. I think in the West, we've more or less determined that 18 is sort of like the point where we allow people to make their independent choices. I think it's probably a good point to set for like media consumption that would be like algorithm. Like we let people gamble at 18. I mean we do in Canada. I don't know about like there are probably some states where gambling's illegal, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I leave that to the experts. All products are designed to be as addictive as possible. It's a multi-billion dollar industry. Yeah, for sure, dude. I would say social media can be as damaging as heroin. I mean, you can't die from consuming it. Like the extremes. I mean, unless you kill yourself. But I don't think like it's like the. I don't think you're gonna like wither away and like you're gonna get like fucking infections in your arm. Like I don't know if it's really fair to say that it's as damaging as heroin. I do think it has a lot of passive negative things that are like just unseen, like the lost opportunity cost. The opportunity cost, I think, is the issue where like people don't actually see what they're missing out on in life because they're just not spending their time on it or whatever. But the Qualax talking to Arturo Oliveira. What you talking about, Qualax? My generation didn't have access to internet that early, so I'm fine. I'm 29. I wonder, but those dopamine rushes due to teenage brains. That's what I'm saying, dude. I'm 31, so I'm basically like I'm roughly your age, dude. And I feel like I'm very, very, very thankful that I like being chronically online wasn't as big of a thing when I was a teenager, because I would have ruined my life, bro. Like 100%. All I had was COD lobbies, okay? I was just fucking. I was a dumbass teenager who would just like say anything, the craziest shit ever. I had no filter when I was a teenager. I can't imagine having permanent video recordings of me saying crazy shit on the internet. That is like, I'm just very thankful that I wasn't in that position. I think a lot of millennials and shit and like later older Gen Zs will like meme on that, but no, I genuinely think that like it's a really really good thing that I didn't have that growing up. I'm thankful, and I think it's probably made me a more balanced person because of it. Like you get it out of your system, you learn it through like private social interaction, where the boundaries are and where the limits are to interacting with other people, what's acceptable, what's not acceptable, and you don't end up having a permanent stain on your reputation for the rest of your life because you ended up being like that 12-year-old who said the N-word on fucking Omegle or some shit like that. I don't know. I'm giving an example that doesn't that probably exists, but I'm not thinking of anything in particular, you know? But like kids are gonna say dumb shit. I don't think that should follow them forever. And I think like even if it doesn't, it's still like I don't know. I don't like that it could still be weaponized. And then there's like the aspect where people are kind of like sociopathic with how they communicate on social media. Like Twitter's fucking insane, dude. People will start drama over the tiniest shit ever and just get incredibly vicious with it to a degree that is not like equivalent to what the actual like act is. I don't know. It's just fucking crazy shit. I do hate it when I see my cousin very clearly addicted to stupid memes on the feed. My issue is like if you're hanging out with somebody and you guys are having a conversation and you feel the itch to constantly check your phone, you probably have a problem. Unless you're waiting for something important. If you're in the middle of talking and you have to look up to somebody and go, "Huh?" because you missed everything they just said to you when you're hanging out one-on-one with someone, you got a problem, dude. You got to get rid of that shit. Okay? That's the sign. That's the baby sign, okay? That you have a problem with your phone and with social media use. If you're missing shit that's being said to you in real life for things that are online. Now, it's another thing if you're like on Discord and you're trying to set up plans or whatever. But sorry for calling you stupid. Do you guys know each other? Arthur, do you know Qualax? You guys know each other? I feel like he's talking to you like there's some lore here. Unless I just missed a comment earlier, but I don't think I did. I think it's fair to argue that a lot of the content that you can consume on social media can corrupt your line of thinking so far that you've become a hazard to both yourself and everyone around you. Yeah, I fully agree with that, dude. Like distracted driving is a perfect example of that. Like if there's a really good ad that I saw where basically like every single time this lady looks at her phone while she's driving, they black out like a screen that's supposed to represent what she perceives. And it's terrifying when you look at like how unaware you are of what's happening on the road every single time you just check a notification on your phone, even for a fraction of a second. Like that shit is like can ruin lives big time. And it has. Like people sharing that Reddit story on TikTok or YouTube Shorts and they don't share it all at once, so you don't put the part two on their account and you search for it for like an hour. Are you talking about like people posting clips of things like out of context or whatever? Or just like people sharing Reddit stories on TikTok or YouTube Shorts and they don't share it all at once. And don't put the part 2 on their account so you search for it for like an hour. Oh, yeah, you're just talking about like somebody just not giving you like the proper chronology to whatever they're publishing or whatever. I don't even know when you called me stupid, man. What's going on? Yeah, me neither, dude. I've no there's no message anywhere that shows you calling someone stupid. But hey, now, Qualax, what this means is you can call Arthur stupid one time. You've banked it. You already pre-apologized. You've got one stupid in your freaking your holster, dude. You can fire away. But I'm stupid, I guess. You're not stupid, dog. I'm just kidding, by the way. Don't call people stupid. But social media can affect you in many ways, one of which is the comparison that the younger generation's experiencing. People are even killing themselves because of it. That's another big thing that I'm like very aware of. Like, I think the nice thing about Twitch is that you guys can see me fumble around and fuck up on my art endlessly for hours, okay? And just take like 2 weeks to get something that I'm even remotely happy with. But when I post my art online, it's the final product that's been basically like it looks like if you just follow me on social media, you're gonna see something I post and you're gonna be like, this guy just fucking banged that shit out in like 10 minutes, you know? But then you don't realize that this drawing might have taken me 30 hours. I might have tried 3 different things before I actually got to that result. You know, I might have tried 4 or 5 different things that just didn't work, that have frustrated me. I might have rage quit several times. You know, there's tons of stuff you just don't notice. And I think because like social media, people just present themselves as the best version of themselves, you end up in a situation where it's like you're really, really, I don't know, you're not presented reality. You're presented like the top 1% of what people can accomplish, if that. Like the top 0.01%. Think of how many people in your life you know that have tried to draw or become an artist at some point in time. Now think of the amount of people you know in real life that are anywhere near as good as the people you see on social media. Social media filters for the best of the best because that's what gets pushed to the top, right? So you're not really going to get an accurate representation of what's achievable for you in your life. And you're always going to be in this sort of mind state of being like, why does everything I see look so good? Well, it's because you're not looking at reality. You're looking at like a very hyper filtered version of reality on social media. So it's really easy to destroy your mental health with that shit. Jack Mo, how y'all? We're good. We're doing good, dog. We're doing good. How you doing, Jack Mo? I agree that people should be able to do what they want, but people don't want to be addicted to scrolling. It's like how we allow people to gamble, but there are restrictions on when and where you're allowed to gamble. Yeah, but we also let people ruin their lives with gambling. I don't think any casino is going to be like, hey, bro, I got to cut you off. You've been gambling away your fucking mortgage, you know? I mean, there are places where gambling's illegal or whatever, but I work and study from home with my cell phone and laptop, so I practically live with my face glued to a screen in an enclosed space. It might sound silly, but sometimes I go out to the backyard just to look at the sky or the trees. That's like me and my balcony, dude. Or I'll go for a little walk. I'll text my buddy and be like, dude, I've been streaming all weekend. I haven't left my apartment. I need to fucking go for a walk, dude. Hi, everyone. What up, Venosa? The top people who are making art don't care what anyone thinks. I think there's like 2 parts to that though, Qualax. Like my issue is I feel like art as a medium is very, very, very difficult to succeed in if you're like an independent illustrator, right? Unless you're doing commissions constantly. Is gambling illegal in Canada? Nope. Not as far as I know. I don't think so. There's like it's very difficult to make it as an artist, and so a lot of artists actually have to play the social media game, and you end up in a situation where it's like you're doing shit like I don't really want to do reels. I don't really want to do YouTube. I don't really give a fuck about any of that stuff. I just kind of want to show up and draw and live my life that way, but that's just not how it works, unfortunately. I don't think I could ever just sustain my lifestyle just off of Twitch alone. And so I'm sort of forced to do a lot of stuff, and I got to sort of play the social media game, which means I have to try and make my content look as presentable and as like dopamine addicting as possible to really climb that ladder, you know? If I want to be able to sort of wean myself off of the tit of having a job that isn't like, you know, working for myself and creating art. So it's just it creates my point is it creates negative incentives even for creators. And even the best creators kind of have to go through this shit, you know? And I feel like they have to put themselves through doing things that they don't want to do. But you are right. The best of the best probably are very humble. They're probably very comfortable with sort of accepting criticism. It's how they got to that level of skill. So there's I'm not poo-pooing what you're saying. I'm just sort of explaining from the perspective of a creator what the sucky aspects and the incentives that are created from the social media shit or whatever. I don't know. Gambling still ruins lives, but I think it'd ruin more lives without regulation. 100%. For sure, dude. The issue right now is a lot of the gambling shit is like very sketchy with like the fucking where you could do like parlays or bets on like anything, you know? There's a lot of content out there that breaks it down, but it's some wild shit. I'm not drawing much. We're just yapping, but I dig it, dude. We're getting deep. I can't even see the fucking sky when I go out. Shireen, what do you live in like a box? The sky's everywhere, dude. How do you miss it? Just look up. All buildings and shit? Okay, I see what you mean. You just mean it's like blocked off by like city shit. If I want to see the sky, I really need to walk a lot for an open space. Fair. It's wild because a lot of gambling has circumvented that same regulation by turning into apps and calling themselves prediction markets. Yeah, prediction markets are a big issue right now. And they're also like really hard to regulate because you can make up anything and then how do you check for insider trading? Like if I work at like a company, let's say like Disney, right? Disney just recently announced that they're allowing OpenAI to use their fucking their their um their IPs for AI content, right? Which is fucking wild. It's like insane. Artsy Granger, how you doing, big dog? We're getting a little deep with the topics today. We're getting into edgy topics. Sorry if my question made you lose focus on the drawing. Arthur, don't worry about it, Doc. This is literally every stream of mine all the time. This is all I do is just sort of get on tangents. Most of my drawing gets done off of stream. Because if I was reliant on stream, I would get nothing done. Because all I do is yap. But yeah, the whole AI shit is pretty crazy. Because it's like or sorry, not the AI shit. But like let's say I'm an insider at Disney. And I know that Disney internally is going to release their IPs to AI. I could make a prediction market post and be like, what are the odds that in December Disney releases their IPs to AI? And I could bet a shit ton of money because I know the answer, right? It's insider trading, which is illegal. But with prediction markets, it's not regulated. And so you can't really punish me for doing that. And so you have a bunch of people that are basically just rigging the game. And a lot of these companies are making a shit ton of money off of it, so there's a lot of incentives to keep doing stuff like that. But I don't know. I don't know, dude. Shit's crazy. It's not gambling. Sports betting is a game of skill. Now bet your mortgage on the six-leg parlay. Yeah, man. Exactly. Your art looks sick. Thank you. Thank you. All right, guys. I'm gonna take one last piss. I'm a fucking piss machine today. All right, but I'm all full of piss. I'll be right back, and then we'll continue. I'm gonna try and draw a little bit, or we'll keep yapping. I'm just gonna go with the vibes that you guys give me. So, BRB. Chat, I got myself another little carrot here. Mm-mm-mm. Love me a little carrot. Yeah, Disney sucks nowadays. Yeah, I know. It's crazy. That insider gambling happened with the fucking Nobel Prize this year, did it? I also think there should be regulation around athletes using sports betting. I don't think if you work or if you're in the NBA or like the fucking MLB or whatever or NHL, I don't think you should be allowed to place bets. You're creating like really fucking weird incentives there. Or if you're part of the staff either, I don't think you should be allowed to place bets. There's gonna be an instance where somebody tries to rig some shit and fucks things up. I don't know, dude. I don't like that. As a hockey consumer myself, I don't want to see that anywhere near my sport. Go Piss King. Are you cheering him on as the king of piss, or are you inviting him as the king of piss, as the king to go and piss? I do like the idea that I'm the piss king, dude. I ate the piss fruit. Date Bayo. King of Piss would make a goated manga series. You're giving me ideas, dude. It's just like it's just like a one-to-one plagiarism of One Piece, but all the fruits are just like insane. The piss fruit. Is it a worldwide phenomenon, or just here in Brazil? The betting's become an absurd craze in recent years. It's worldwide, I think. Because if you look at like even like Kick, right? You have a comic? Where can I read it? I don't have a comic. We're joking, okay? We're just saying it would be funny if there was a manga. Anyway, I don't have a piss-based comic, guys. Maybe one day, but right now I don't have a comic. I just have my Twitch stream. That's it. I think a lot of things like Kick is owned by a sports betting company or a I think it is. I think DraftKings, right? Is what owns like Kick, or is it Stake? It's Stake, I think, that owns Kick, which is a streaming platform. So now all the streamers out there that are being watched by kids are essentially pushing gambling, right? I think if you're a gambling stream, you should just not be allowed to have kids in your chat. Like that just sounds wild to me. It's just becoming a lot more normalized, I think, is the issue. And I think the issue also is that a lot of things that are gambling don't look like gambling. Think of like skins in video games. Kids can buy skins, and skins have rarity and value. And they have loot boxes, the produced skins that have rarity and value. That's basically a slot machine. It's not illegal for kids to buy and try and get certain skins in video games, right? So it's like, there's a lot of things that present as not gambling that are gambling, that are very socially accepted, that I think needs to change a little bit. It's just kind of everywhere. Even like, there's like ways to do it with content creation, right? Like if I did a thing where it's like, hey, if you subscribe, I'm gonna give out, I don't know, I'm gonna give out like a pen set to all of my subscribers. So make sure you subscribe, right? That's sort of like a gambling thing, you know? I'm not gonna do that because I don't want to give pen sets out every video, but you get the idea. Raffles are a little bit not as bad, but you know. Okay, what about Jadu? What if it was like all of the members to my YouTube channel get a chance at a giveaway, and that's the only thing I offer. It like I get it. It's a raffle. It is still like, I don't know. There's ways to like gamify shit, but there's tiers to this shit, right? You are right though. It is more of a raffle. Kedulakan on Twitch says gambling's accessible now. You used to have to go to a casino. Now it's constantly in your pocket. Yeah. I remember when I was like 26, 27, I worked at McDonald's. And there was this one guy I worked with. This one kid I worked with. He was like 18 or 19. He was just starting college. And he was like getting really into sports betting. And I would see him like he would like be on his phone as much as he could, like whenever without getting caught. And whenever like his team would lose, his mood would like he would get like really pissed off. And it was like sad to see, dude. This was like a fucking like a guy at the start of his life who's developing like a severe gambling addiction potentially. Maybe he just did it like a little bit and he doesn't do it anymore, but at the time it was a little concerning. But he's a really smart guy too. It's wild. Here in Brazil, it's getting out of control. Oh yeah, I don't know much about Brazil. That is definitely a raffle. It's not exactly gambling because you're not offering a financial output if they're not giving a financial input. I wonder if like if you could do like a thing where it's like if you prove to me that you watched this entire video, you will be entered into a chance to win $5,000. Because let's say you can get enough people to watch your video, that'll like launch your fucking like your video in the algorithm, right? The way YouTube rewards and sends things viral is based on how much people can consume like the video. You know, if you like watch like on my YouTube stream right now, which by the way, guys, I want to say everybody on YouTube who's watching me right now, thank you. Because this is the most viewers I've ever had on YouTube ever. I have streamed on YouTube probably on and off for a year and a half, probably close to 2 years. And I have never gotten more than like 2 viewers at any point in time. Now, since I've been doing the shorts, it's been going up. But I just want to say if you're on YouTube, I appreciate you. Shout out to YouTubers. But what was I saying? The reason I brought that up is because on the YouTube stream, the more people consume my content, Champion Bob, shout out to you, big dog. The more people consume my content, so like there's a background like data point. I'm eating a carrot. Sorry if I sound gross talking with my mouth full, but there's a background data point that YouTube looks at called like viewer attention. So the larger percentage of your video that has been watched, the more YouTube will recommend it to other people. And that's how you go viral. If you can get a really high retention rate on a YouTube video, it will significantly increase your chances of getting virality. So live streams are very interesting because they're super duper long. So getting a high retention rate is crazy. I stumbled here randomly while searching female VTubers, and I'm flabbergasted by your passion. I like to yap, dude. We talk about everything. Sometimes I draw. Honestly, at this point, I might as well just be a just chatting streamer. Because I start drawing something, and then I get nothing done. Because we just sort of go on a bunch of tangents and talk about shit. But it's fun. I read the vibe of chat, dude. So Quallax, don't be afraid to ever ask any questions. That just applies to anybody. I'm cool with yapping about almost anything. There are things that I'll sort of try and chill people out on. Politics being one, you know, like if we get into like boys versus girls, we've had issues with that in the past where people want to talk about experiences. We try and steer people away from shit like that. I'll let people bring a couple things up if they have like personal experiences they want to talk about. But if I feel like chat gets a little too wild, I'm just going to shut it down. But in general, pretty open to talk about anything. Consider that here in Brazil, people don't have enough purchasing power with their salaries, so they gamble to gain that power. That's fucking wild, dude. Sorry, that was my last bite. I'm done. I'm done with the carrots. All right. Ironically, offering money instead of certain items would actually be better off. Like, for example, if someone wins a raffle for a Tesla or some other high-end car, they'd actually end up losing a lot more money because they'd have to pay taxes on that car, even if they couldn't afford those taxes. Yeah, I've heard that like YouTuber giveaways, whenever you like they give away like a Tesla or whatever, if they're giving it away to like a guy who works at like fucking Arby's, they're ruining that guy's life. Cause the amount of like tax premiums and stuff and like just incentives, like the amount of like money that they have to pay on that shit is fucking wild. But YouTube recommended this to me. I've been watching a lot of art streams recently. That's how I found your channel. YouTube's base for that, dude. Shout out YouTube. You guys know what's good. I will say politics is a tricky one because everything is kind of politics. The concept of politics in itself is basically how humans disagree on how things should be run. And if I were to run for office and say, you know what, it should be ideal to limit kids' access to algorithmic content, then suddenly half the conversation we've had today would be political. I mean, this conversation is mildly political because the reason we brought it up, I guess, is because in Australia right now, they've banned social media use for kids under 16, which I think is a good thing. I just don't think it's like enough because I think people are gonna be able to get like they could skirt that pretty easily with like VPNs and shit. And kids are dumb. The second one kid in their high school knows how to access a VPN to like get around it, they're all gonna do it. You know, so I think you need to go a step farther and actually have hardware blocks where like if you're under a certain age, you can only buy a certain type of phone that doesn't actually physically have the capability to let you access the shit. The issue there is like how do you filter, right? Like how do you filter all of these different apps and stuff? Because you don't want kids to not be able to use like Discord or consume just normal news or whatever, right? Like people still like I don't know. It's interesting, but he's addicted to carrots, guys. Amen, dude. Too true. Most sweepstakes have a cash alternative for that reason, and because giving cash is easier than shipping a car. Yeah. He is a mouse. That's true. I am a mouse. Yo, you know what's crazy, guys? This is the first stream, and I'm going to say this, and then it's going to change everything. This is the first stream that nobody has done the do a jiggle redeem. This is the first stream, guys. I mean, I guarantee it's going to be somebody's going to do it now. But this is the first stream that nobody on Twitch has redeemed the do a jiggle. Just know, if you do it, everybody's going to be looking at you. I thought someone did, like, near the beginning. Did they? I don't think so. It was so peaceful. Zisha, what up, Zisha? How you doing? Brazil's made one of my favorite movies, Elite Squad. I really like... I don't know if this is in Brazil. Actually, it might have been. Is it Nation of God? Is that what it's called? It's, like, the one in the slums. About the, like, kid who wants to be a journalist or whatever. Nation of God. That's not what it's called. It's something God, though, isn't it? Brazilian movie with God in title. City of God, is that it? Yeah, City of God. Fucking awesome movie, dude. Cidade de Dios. City of God. Yeah, awesome movie, dude. I love that movie. You are a piss boy this stream. Thank you, Shireen. I am a piss boy. You know what? I'm going to show you guys the titties. Just because this is normally what people redeem the second I get into chat. I'm going to give it to you guys without anybody having to redeem it so we can retain the no redeem like title for this stream. I don't think it's actually been redeemed. But normally on my Twitch chat, we have a redeem where if you pay 1,000 channel points, which is pretty easy to get, you can redeem the do a jiggle redeem. And then that gets this to happen. And then I say it do jiggle, it do jiggle. It's like my Pavlovian response. So if you've watched my reels, that's where that comes from. But no, I'm not a mouse with giant fat tits, dude. I'm literally just a guy with no titties. But the titties just help. They help make sales, baby. You know, sex sells. What can I say? You could say you just need to see the jiggle. It's okay. Well, I don't want to. I feel bad talking about it and then not showing it. We have so many new people today. On that note, guys, if anyone is interested in catching another stream, there's gonna be no stream tomorrow. But there will probably be one on Monday. If anybody's interested in catching any of the next streams, you're more than welcome to join the Discord. If you go to the rules section of the Discord, and you go in there, there should be an option to turn on live notifications. It's a little purple react button, and then you'll know when I go live every time I go live. That's my little ad segment. Big naturals or big fakes? I mean, the lore is like everybody thinks they're titties, but nobody knows whether they're titties or they're my giant mouse balls, okay? Because mice have giant nuts, dude. Everybody knows this. You ever see those videos of mice walking in slow-mo with their big fat nuts hanging behind them? They're like 25% testicles. And so the lore here is that we don't know if they're titties or nuts. That was kind of uncomfortable to watch. No worries though. I gotta say, Artsy, if that's the case, we are an 18+ channel. If you are not over the age of 18, I am gonna have to ask you to leave and not join the Discord as well. I'm just bringing that up because if that made you uncomfortable, that's an indicator to me that you're probably too young to be here. I did see a version of that, but with the hamster and the balls are crazy. Yeah, that's true. I don't know what it is with like rodents and just having fucking giant nuts. Like what evolutionary purpose do they need those for, you know? They aren't even titties. I'm still leaning on the ball lore. Again, this is why people lie on the internet. Yeah, there's nothing I can do about liars, you know? Did you create the avatar in the animation? I did not. The avatar was done by my mod, Bobameyer. And I didn't even ask him for the titties, dude. He just fucking did it himself. Crazy guy. Just pretend to be a cute anime girl. Oh, I'm a high schooler. Bye. It was nice seeing you. Yeah. See ya, big dog. In another life. But yeah, I don't know, dude. I don't know what the evolutionary purpose of having giant rat nuts is. The cute anime shit I don't think would work for me just because I don't think there's any voice changer in the world that could not make it incredibly obvious that I have like a male voice. Damn, he's gone. That's right. I hid them from the channel. I don't think you can actually ban people on YouTube, unfortunately. On Twitch, I can ban people. On YouTube, I could just hide them, which is kind of annoying. There's no real way to regulate for age on YouTube. The design's getting better and better, by the way. You mean this lady? Whenever I actually draw her. I think this sword needs to be higher up. We're gonna wrap up the stream in about a half hour anyways, guys. I should check my Discord, because I gotta meet my boy, and if he's coming later. Wait, can high schoolers not be 18? Not unless you're like born in like the last half. Like if you're born in the first half of the year and you're in grade 12, then yeah, probably. But most of them are not. And I assume if they're responding to me saying that, they're probably not, so. Gabrielle, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Wolfpack. Are you gonna post this drawing on Discord or Instagram? I have no idea, dude. I don't really post a lot of shit on social media outside of the reels these days. I really wanted to finish her and then post her online. I still have to do her hand here and change some of the value issues in like the boots. And then I'll probably post her online. Beyond that though, I don't really know. I heard that rats drag their nuts on the ground to mark their scent for mates. They're just like me. Okay, let me see if I'm getting a message telling me I gotta fucking dip. Okay. Oh, look at that. My buddy's coming even later, so we're gonna keep streaming. Wouldn't post more drawings be better for you since the algorithm might pick it up? The algorithm doesn't do shit for static drawings. If I did a drawing process video, then yeah, probably. Like if I did like some sort of like, I don't know, thing to like music where you're showing like the progression over time, then yeah, the algorithm would pick it up. But the algorithm really favors reels. It doesn't really give a shit about static drawing, unfortunately. At least in my experience. Instagram back in the day definitely did. Instagram these days does not. YouTube doesn't really have a way to post static images. I guess I could do it through the community tab, but that seems a little weird. I think I'm going to do a little more with the eyes here. Let's see what we can do. I'm so quiet now. She reminded me of the yellow girl from Kill Bill. Oh, that's probably a really good reference for me to pull from. That's a good point, Shireen. I feel like Kill Bill with the samurai sword, there's probably some good shots that I could steal and get some good gestures. I actually subscribed to a webcomic being posted through YouTube community. Really? That's really interesting, dude. I feel like lately I've just been doing like small announcements on YouTube community just to see how it goes, if I can get any reactions or responses or whatever. But yeah, that's interesting to know. I don't really plan on doing a webcomic or anything, but there's definitely probably more stuff that you could do, you know? Her hairline's a little low here. Or a little high, I meant. YouTube community is weird because I only see it on mobile. Is that true? There's a lot of weird shit with YouTube. Like if I want to edit a thumbnail on a reel, I can only do it on mobile. And I have to scroll through the reel to basically get the thumbnail. You can't actually on YouTube, can you post an independent thumbnail? I don't think you can. On TikTok you can. I can add like whatever thumbnail I want. But on YouTube I cannot. There's a very interesting group, choose your own adventure thing that I followed on YouTube community. Really, eh? Value Select? Is that like the YouTuber? What layer did I do this shit on? I want to tweak it a little bit. I'm not fucking with the hat. I don't fucks with it. I'll be going to a local bar now and hoping to find some real person to talk to. You have a good stream. You're pretty funny. Thanks, Squalex. I hope you get fucking plastered and hang out with your boys and meet friends or do whatever you're gonna do. You know, I'll be here on the internet, streaming facelessly as a grown man pretending to be a mouse. So you have fun, all right? Live for me. Nah, it was Circle Tunes HD who did it, I'm pretty sure. Okay. Value Select is a musician YouTuber I like. One day he started doing choose your own adventure community posts for fun. Huh. I do think I still want to like tweak the face a little bit. I just feel like there's so much better shit I could do here. I gotta make sure I'm not on the eye layer. I don't want to fuck up the eyes. Just I spent so long fighting over which version of the eyes I want. I do want to redo the eyeballs though, or the irises. I just don't like the eye direction. I think they could be better. She probably should look forward. Okay, I'll have to study how you draw faces. It's so good the way I draw faces. Um, I could try and explain it. I guess I don't really know. I guess it's just sort of experience, style, eye. The big thing I do is a lot of my top lids on ladies in particular for heads that are angled down, not heads that are angled up, tend to be pretty flat. So I tend to just do like a straight line and then I curve. If you break up the straight line into thirds, or actually I should say thirds, not halves. I add sort of the curve on the first third, and then see how like it's coming down here, and then on this first third it starts to curve. I don't do this all the time, but roughly around there if I'm eyeballing. And then get it eyeball. Anyways, and then it comes up, very subtly comes up, curves down like this, and then this top line just comes straight down. And that's sort of how I'll shape an eye. And then if it's really downward angle, I'll add a curve here. The more like if you have an eye that's front on, you're not gonna see the curve as much. Like if this is like the eyeball or whatever, you're not really gonna see the curve going down as much. But the second you turn that eyeball facing downwards, you're gonna definitely notice the curve shift. Like this curve right now is curved up like this, but when a eye is turned down, it curves the other way. So it inverses. And you basically go through a point from being upturned to straight, roughly, to like really downturned. And that sort of gives that depth feeling of the eye. Now, if you look at this guy, look, his eyes are. I mean, he's not a very good example. Okay. But in general, that's sort of how I think about it. I will do a reel or even maybe like a full on YouTube video breaking down sort of how to draw eyes. Right now I'm working. I don't really know what I'm working on. I haven't really done a script for anything, but the issue right now is it doesn't feel like she's looking in any direction that makes any sense. It kind of feels like her head's turning, like she's gonna look at us, but her sword's pointing this way, and that doesn't make sense. Her sword wouldn't really be pointing to something that isn't the thing she's looking at, contextually in this sense, you know? And so I really, really, really want to be cognizant of that. And so I want her eye direction to align, but I feel like her eye direction works better if she's looking straight at the camera. And so I might, or off to the side even. Man, I don't know. Fuck. I didn't mean to do that. Another thing to note, now Galahad is eyelids. It depends on the style you want to draw in. If you're going like anime, You don't really need to worry about this as much. If you're doing things similar to how I do them, a little bit more like a middle ground between realistic and anime, I would think this is the type of stuff that gives you that style. So if I'm drawing an eye, if I'm doing an anime eye, let's say, my anime eye might just look like this. And then I just add an iris and I call it a day. And then I give her an eyelid and then like a brow or whatever, right? This is like anime. If I want to make this more sort of how I think about drawing eyes, I like adding these little 3D edges in here because the reality is your eyelid has depth to it and it's going to have a thickness to it. And that thickness really sort of helps sell the realism a little bit. And then you can add little creases in here or like implied shadows, right? So I could put a little line here to just imply there's a shadow. I don't know if I did it on this guy. I actually did the hatching for her shadow there, but that's sort of how I think about it, right? So if you want to make an eye feel more realistic, just add little 3D edges. And an example of this is the eyeball from the side. That's a bad example. The eyeball from the side sits in the socket, and the eyelid actually sort of has this little lip below it that has that thickness, and that's where your eyelashes come out of. Actually, that little lid down there. They don't come out from like the front of the skin. You know that would be weird. That would be terrifying. You'd be like a little kiwi eyeball. You don't want that. Okay, so it comes actually from this little skin underneath here, and that thickness there, if you show that, is gonna add more realism to your character. In this case, I think I would push it even more, but and it helps sell the roundness of the eyeball as well. Do you know how to draw a goopy or semi-thick liquid? What, do you want me to teach you how to draw cum, dude? Is that what you're asking me right now? Sure. I don't actually know how to draw it, but my assumption would be if I had to draw cum, guys, based on Jadu's request for me to draw cum. Jadu asked this, by the way. I want everybody to know it was Jadu. But if I had to draw cum, this is probably how I would do it. In theory, I would probably break it up into directional shapes that have a large, medium, and small composition. Okay, that shoot off in different directions. I'm gonna highlight that that is not what I requested, but if it's helpful to call it that, I will go for it. Uh huh. It was ectoplasm. It was a spooky ghost, right, Jadu? Anyways, so I would start with something like that. I'm just gonna lighten this up, and then we're gonna go with a red here over top, and then I would basically just add like little things like this, maybe with like a little negative space between them. That's sort of how I would do it. You just add like a thickness to it, you know? And then like also like I don't know, whatever, some indication that it's like dripping elsewhere. I don't know. That's sort of how I would do it if I had to do it. If there was a chatter that put a gun to my head and said snack, you have to do this or I'm unsubscribing, that's how I would do it. But as far as like liquid goes, it's a lot of it is like very organic. Like jokes aside, if you want to draw liquid, it's very organic and it's just sort of all kind of goes in different directions. There's no if it's like shooting out of something, then it's gonna kind of be a little bit organic. Um, but you can kind of freestyle it, and then when it comes to freestyling things, try to keep the large, medium, small in mind because it's gonna be a lot more important. Unsubscribing from life. You're gonna lose your 30 stream streak, dude. You're never gonna get to 35 if you unsub from life. Fuck. See, that's the issue. She's not really looking in any particular direction. And if I have it sort of like up here, that's okay, I guess. It's kind of small. I just don't like that. I just don't know where to put the iris, you know? It just looks weird to me. Way to talk me down from the edge. I now have a reason to keep on living. Maybe I can hit 100 stream streak one day. That'd be insane, dude. I'm fighting the urge right now, guys, to just fucking rework the eyes completely. I'm fighting it so goddamn hard. I know the second I erase these eyes, everybody in chat's gonna be like, what are you doing? But I feel it. I feel it's calling me. The urge to erase and start from scratch is calling me, dude. I'm getting closer. I am gonna rework that sword because it made no sense. And then I'm gonna try and build the sword around the eye direction. You know what I'm doing? Here's what we're doing. What layers are the eyes on? They're on. What layer are the eyes on? Not that one. They're on several layers, which is not good. Ah, that's the eye layer. Okay, this is the eye layer. What we're gonna do is we're gonna duplicate it. That way I can erase it in peace and not have to worry about chat getting mad at me. You respond to comments? I do respond to comments. What up, Sharif? How you doing, big dog? Okay, now that that's done, I can erase this in peace. Okay, let me... Oops. We're going to erase these eyes out. Oops. I locked that. Okay, now I'm going to lock this, because this is just the eyes. And then I'm going to erase the rest. That way I can get what I want. And chat gets what they want. Happy medium. Wow, this rack cost a lot of time to build. The fuck? My little PNG tuber? Probably. I didn't make him. He was made by one of my mods. I did make these characters, though. Everything you see here, I did make. Including including Chair-chan, our newest OC. Is there anything on this layer? There isn't. Okay, I'm drawing on this layer. Honestly, I admire that you have the ability to do that. The moment I get a pair of eyes that feel like are semi-decent, those are locked in permanently. I feel like if you do that, though, you end up being tolerant with things that you could do better for. Are you doing this for a living or just a hobby? Just a hobby, dude. I don't do any art for work. I did used to work in animation, but I don't anymore. This was like a while ago. Don't like that. I can't wait to meet Chair-chan's older sibling, Seat-sama. Well, he would be like old and like decrepit, right? Let's create Room Chan. Everybody needs to create an OC based on the furniture. I feel like that would be uncomfortable though, because then I'm putting all of these chairs inside of Room Chan. Do you think Room Chan would be okay with that? This is turning into a hentai real quick, dude. Rule 34, furniture. I don't know. It's not very. The legs are crooked, but whatever. You get it. Is there a reason for using rest layer instead of vector? Oh, raster instead of vector? Yeah, so I prefer drawing with raster. Raster basically, okay. The big difference is if you do a line with a raster layer and you zoom in, you see these pixels? These don't exist in vector, okay? And so what happens is if ever you're making a product, let's say Sharif, let's say you design something for a company, okay? And they want to put that drawing on everything. If you draw it in raster, what happens is when they take this drawing and now they want to put it on a t-shirt, but the t-shirt is really big compared to what you drew it on, and they expand it, okay? It's going to get very, 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 very blurry very quickly. And it's going to lose a lot of the quality. See? Right? Because it's going to start guessing where these pixels need to go. Whereas with raster, it's going to be incredibly clean and just sort of tight. And there's going to be there's no pixelation, and you can resize it without any issues. Or sorry, not with raster, with vector. Raster leaves pixels, and it distorts the image when you resize it, and so it's difficult to use in different products. Whereas vector doesn't. Vector maintains sort of the quality and integrity of the design. The issue with vector is that it feels to me a little bit less intuitive to draw with. I like the sort of the pixely nature of raster because it lets me sort of, I feel like it feels more it's closer to drawing on like actual paper for me, which is why I like drawing with raster. But that would be the issue, right? So if I draw something in Clip Studio Paint, so if I draw, there isn't something in Clip Studio Paint to fix this because I want to draw a background and I don't know what to do. What's it for? If it's just for you to use for an animation, just draw it in raster, dude. No one's gonna get mad at you. You know? If you're more comfortable drawing in raster, just draw in raster. I animate in Clip Studio Paint and I use raster. Professional animators in Japan use raster. You don't have to worry about it, dude. Just make sure you plan ahead and plan what size canvas you want to use for like the purpose that you need to use it for, right? So that's what I would say. Oh, I didn't give this guy a face. I didn't realize my brush was so big, but I don't have I don't have a Control Z button, so we're going big. Yeah, but sometimes I manipulate the camera, so I fear it'll ruin my animation. I don't think it will. I don't think you have to worry about it, dude. I could show you something I've animated that has a moving background. There's no camera overlay, but there is a moving background, and I've done animations with camera overlays before. Let me see. It's rough. It's not finished or whatever, but just to give you an example. What's up, big dog? What up, knifey man? Maybe the chairs are like her butt, her gut biome or something. Nasty, dude. We're getting into like some what you call it? Um, what's the giant ass tentacle dude? The fucking Cthulhu. This is some Lovecraftian shit. Like a bunch of chairs existing in a larger being. Terrifying, dude. Here's a little rough I did last month or two. I can't remember when we did it. Maybe a month or two, but very rough. We never finished it. Maybe we will one day. I don't know. Hey, do you design characters? I'm planning to make a pilot. I don't do commission work if that's what you're asking, but I do design characters. All these characters you see here, I made. Right? I designed this guy down here. I made this guy. I made her. I made her. I made a lot of characters, but I don't work. I don't do paid work these days. Unfortunately. Sorry, I can't pay you still though. Okay, well, then I definitely will have to say no, unfortunately. Their family with Room Chan, is that what you're saying? Oh, I never finished this guy's eye. He's got to have the same eyes as Chair Chan. They're related after all. Fuck. Alt Zeet, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. I thought that was Alt Zale for a second. I was like, huh? But I could put your name as a character designer. Oh, you honor me, dude. The answer's still no, though. Fuck, that eye is not in the right spot. Whatever. It gives them character, okay? Not everybody's born perfect. Sometimes your eyes are lopsided. Sometimes they're in weird positions. That's just life. Okay? He's not a supermodel. Chair Chan is not a supermodel. He's married to one though. That's why that Chuck Chan is has their eyes more aligned. How can I make you say yes? You probably can't. Unfortunately, there's no way to make me say yes. I respect the perseverance. It ain't gonna happen though. And he's also gonna be wearing glasses, I think. There you go. All right, then I wish the best for you. Likewise, big dog. Good luck finding your free laborer. Wait, I wasn't paying attention. What was the request? The request was, can you work for me for free? As a character designer. Actually, it wasn't for free. It was for exposure, which is not much better, but their kid would be Pouty Train Chair. I can pay you if that's what you want. I don't want I'm not looking to work, big dog. I do appreciate you switching over to offering to pay though. I think if you open with that, you'll probably get a lot of interest online from people. That would be my guess. A lot of artists don't really like um working for free, believe it or not. And so I would recommend opening up with that next time. But at the same time, I'm not personally looking to do commission work. It's just not really something I'm interested in right now. Damn, folks still pay with that old exposure currency. Also, I didn't say hi, Galaxy. How you doing? I saw your comment earlier. I didn't. I was so rude. Oh, the old exposure trick. It works, dude. I mean, hey, if it works, if you can get somebody to work for you for exposure, ain't no shame in that. If you, well, there is shame in that, I guess. But if you could do it, do it. Whatever. If everybody's happy, who am I to say no? I think if I have her looking at us, it's gonna look a little bit better. Do you just raw dog everything without construction or guidelines? That's correct. Just hitting it raw, dude. It's the only way I know how to do it. That's not true. Bruh. Fuck. I'm doing this wrong. Goated. I think a lot of artists can sort of do that after a while. You know, I mean, I can't just do like anything raw, right? I can do it like based off of my style and things I'm comfortable with. I really struggle to position and size stuff, particularly facial features. I mean, just think of like a line going through the facial features. So, like, let's say I do a head. Okay, demo time. Let's say I do a head here. If I have one eye here, the other eye is going to basically align the top lid and the bottom lid are basically going to be more or less parallel, unless you have some extreme perspective, and then you just line it up. Boom. That's it. It's like ugly because I just did it in like 2 seconds as like a demo or whatever, but that's essentially how I think about it in my head. So I'm looking at this eyebrow, and I'm like, okay, I'm going over here. You'll probably literally if you rewind the VOD, it wouldn't even surprise me if you saw me in real time move my hand from drawing this eyebrow over to this eyebrow and then doing this. Literally going from this and this. I'm just following the imaginary lines in my head that I know are there. It's the same thing with the eye. Now this eye is almost too small. Where in the face exactly should it be? Well, it depends. If it's an eye, usually what you'll do is if you draw one eye and your goal is to draw the other eye, okay? Usually there's about an eye space between them. So whatever the space is between the tear duct and like the corner of the eye here, take that, measure it, and then put your other eye right after. And then if you're doing 3/4, so not front on, what you do is you take that space between them, and depending on how 3/4 it is, you shrink it a little bit. So if I do my 3/4 eye now, and this applies to all features, they shrink in 3/4. So if I do this, now instead of having a line that's this long, I'm going to make the line this long. Because it's basically half the length, because I've made the 3/4 angle a lot more extreme. And now even my eye has to be a lot more compressed. And then you'll get eyes in perfect 3/4. Right? But essentially, everything you do when you rotate it in space, you're compressing all the features. So if you have an eye like this, if you want to make it more narrow, you just do the exact same thing. Actually, I'll do it at the same height, just so that you can clearly see. So you take the same... The height doesn't change. The height does not change. But the perspective and the width changes. It's going to be the same height and the same general shapes, but they're going to be more compressed, right? So this point is still going to end up here at the same height. This bottom point is still going to end there, roughly. I mean, they're a little off, but whatever. And then this eye, instead of being that width, it's just going to be this width now. Usually that fucks me up with portraits is the far plane of the side of the face around the brow. Oh, like this brow here, you mean? Also, Knifey Man, if you want, I have not to shout out my YouTube, but I have a YouTube reel that breaks down eyes. Okay, there's a how to draw eyes YouTube reel that I talk exactly about this, and I go as far as to describing like profile view as well. But you're not gonna get much more detail than what I just gave you there. Exactly. That one's tough. So that one I would recommend you study the skull, because what you'll notice is I can't remember what it's called. I don't think it's the zygomatic arch. Is it? Let me look it up. It's the brow bone, basically. What is the brow bone called? I think the zygomatic arch is the cheekbone. It's called The orbital rim. So let me pull up this diagram here. So you've got this skull here, and you've got this orbital rim, and the orbital rim sticks out. When you look at it from the side, if you're drawing the skull, it's going to stick out like that. And so you have to factor that in to your shape. So your eyebrow is going to wrap around that shape, right? And then the other eyebrow is just going to sort of, it's also sort of curving. That's where that curve comes from. It's because your flesh is on that orbital rim, and the eyebrow has to wrap over that rim. It's the contour of the rim. You see? Like if I draw a contour line going through here, and it's going to come down to the zygomatic arch, down on this cheekbone, and that's going to have its own sort of general shape, right? And so you're keeping track of all these little shapes. That's why it's important to learn the planes and to study the bone, because it lets you understand how the flesh sits on the bone. And this information seems pointless, but it's not. It's very, very, very useful. And so when you're drawing the brow, like notice how my brow has this sort of like, I'm going to do it in another color. I'm also going to make sure I'm not on my brow layer or on my eye layer because I don't want to fuck it up. But it has this sort of S curve to it. It looks like an S, right? It's like a backwards S almost. Did you learn all of this at animation school? I mean, we definitely talk about it, but I study this shit on my own, dude. Like, I just sort of, like, if you, like, in my spare time, I read through, like, art books and, you know, and if I don't know how to do something, I look up the anatomy. And that's especially important with muscles. The one thing you should be doing is if you don't know how a muscle works or how a muscle connects to another muscle, it's important. It's like, it is critical. I cannot stress this enough. It should be a big flashing red like exclamation mark in your brain with big alarms going off that you need to stop what you're doing, stop trying to guess it, and look it up and observe it. And what you need to look up is you need to look up the muscle's origin and insertion points. Okay? Origin and insertions. What are these? They're basically where the muscle starts and where the muscle ends, and where they attach to and what bones they attach to. Muscles attach to bone, and then the muscles contract that moves the bone that allows you to basically do different movements. And so if I'm confused about something, always study anatomy. Exactly. If I'm confused about something, like let's say I don't know where the muscle inserts on the deltoid. The deltoid is the shoulder muscle, okay? Now I know where it inserts. It inserts partly on the collarbone up here, which is this thing. I'm just going to draw a loose little collarbone. And it literally attaches here. Literally. Okay? And then it inserts, actually, I don't know if it, and then it inserts on the humerus bone, which is like the bone of your upper arm, right? It's like, it's an ugly humerus, but you get the idea, okay? And then the bicep, where does it insert and attach to? It attaches, I think, partly to the forearm, I think, down here, and also to the humerus bone, but it goes underneath the deltoid. So you're not really going to see where it attaches to, but it does attach there. And now that means whenever I'm drawing the bicep, I don't have to guess where my bicep's going to go. I know where it goes. I can use what I've already drawn. Now I'm drawing an arm, okay? I'm drawing an arm. Okay, I've drawn the deltoid. Oh, shit. I don't know how biceps work. Wait a minute. I do. I know they insert on the humerus bone. And if the deltoid inserts here on the humerus bone, well, logically, my bicep's going to start roughly here, right? And now, where does my tricep insert? I know it inserts back here, and then I know it has 3 heads and all this stuff. So you have to study these things. It's, like, important to study these things because they'll help you sort of understand the anatomy deeper. So, origins and insertions, if you're lost, if you're confused, if you don't know what you're doing when it comes to muscle anatomy, you need to look up their origins and insertions. You don't need to memorize this shit. It'll help if you do, because it'll just make it so that you don't have to look it up constantly. But it gives you a good guide to sort of feel things out as you're doing things. And then it gets a little complicated where you want to learn how they contract, how they move, what happens to your chest when you elevate your arm, all this stuff. These are things that you need to practice, but this is all stuff that like is important to know. Where can I find this information? Books on medical anatomy? I see a lot about anatomy, but I'm not sure if there are good topics on muscle insertions and origins. You Google muscle insertion of the shoulder, and then you click Google Images. And then you'll get basically nothing but like medical charts. And then they'll show you through drawings and or, you know, 3D models or whatever, where these insertions and origins come from and where they attach to. And it'll help you a lot. Okay, guys, I just got the cue from my boy that I gotta wrap up stream. I gotta go meet him. He said he's on his way, and I gotta go make sweet love to him in a public mall while I go shopping for my family. All right, so we're gonna wrap up stream here. Let's find somebody to raid out to, and then I will see you guys all not tomorrow because I got a lot of family shit tomorrow, but I will probably see you guys on Monday. And if you are not in the Discord already, get in the Discord. What are you waiting for? You can get live notifications in the Discord. You can find out when I'm live next. You'll get dinged. And not only that, you can also get feedback from me live on stream, which is the most awesome part about all of that. Okay, so let's find somebody to raid out to. Might just raid somebody that I know. What's she doing? Let's raid into Blair VT. I know her. I've raided her before. I haven't raided her in a while though. I just gotta raid somewhere where I don't need to hang out too long. No, that's not how you spell her name. Oh, we have a Secret Santa event too. Oh yeah, last thing, guys. There's a Secret Santa event. Make sure that you let Boba Meyer and Otter Oxenfree know if you want to participate in that. Make sure you hit the interested button on the event page in the Discord. And yeah, and then after the new year, on a stream after the new year, we're going to go through all of the Secret Santas on stream. It'll be awesome. All right, and I'm participating, so maybe I'll be drawing you something. Who knows? All right, I will see you guys all on Monday. Thank you all for coming out. See you there. Bye-bye.